I rank where the view is nothing less than phenomenal. For how I express and project from my abdominal. The only view better, both my daddy and my mama know. No living parents, my sons give me balance. My wife is my serenity, this mic is my identity. The world is foul enough, that's why I write without obscenities. Provoking danger with broken language and spoken anguish. Begging to get hurt, why would you ask to go through changes? Yes, Lord, life's a chessboard, master the angles. Control the tempo, be the one who holds the info. Acknowledge is just as deadly as machete swings. When spoken, the truth is as potent as that Medellin. While others swear the style is free, I just let it ring. Our time is undervalued, soldiers make us better kings. My family's on my shoulder, reaching after better things. Today I take the shot, for them I'd rather set the screen.
My mama told me follow my dreams. My daddy told me get it by any means. Stand tall, make him bow to a king. But I've evolved, you can see the resolve. Look in my eyes when you speaking to God.
Life and for those who be caught up in using what I was scarred with the muse. I guess they call it proving I'm more than an artist. Penciling out my darkest while stenciling out a harvest. And storing what gets me from A to B, just like garages. Instrumental with collages. Envision what I've been drawing. Broadway to give you rhythm like the great Lena Horne. Soul bent torn, found comfort in the storm. Find peace and norm when you see them others perform. Organized chaos. Okay.
Yo, what's good? What's good, boss? What's good, people?
I'm parking. I'm walking home right now.
What's good? What's good? What's good? What's good, party people? I see y'all in the chat. Welcome to the Knicks at Night podcast. I'm your man, Uncle Freezy. I'm joined by Knicks Gaz. What's good? What's good? I see y'all in the chat. You know what I'm saying? Allah Wise, the new Knicks for the Love of the Game podcast. What's good? King Fuller, Robert Paul, Kenny, Yankees, Knicks, Giants, Cully, aka Jay. What's good? What's good? Juju 92. What's good? I see you, King Jerry. Yo, Elvis is in the building. What's good? Chris Chang, my brother from another mother. What's happening? What's good? What's good? Kaiser Sauce. What's good? Robert Paul. What's good? I see y'all. I see y'all. Yo. So, Hoodie Kev and G-Man for life soon come. Right? They soon come. Yo, Juju 92 said, I blame Randall for getting a speeding ticket today. Damn, we blame Randall for everything. CT, oh, hey, the streets are buzzing. What's good? What's good? What's good? What's good? Hey, man. Yes, what's good? Yo, we can't hear you, boss. Yo, we blame Randall for everything, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. We blame Randall for everything. We blame Randall for everything. Somebody shouted out CP the artist. CP the artist in here? Where's CP the artist at? Duke, what's good? What's good? What's good? Oh, I forgot. Hey, Duke, hold on. Hold on, Duke. I got you. Hold on. Hold on. Duke, I got you. Wait a minute. Just bear with me. I gotta work on some stuff real quick. Duke, hey, Duke, hold on. Bear with me. Bam. There we go. All right. So I just took care of Duke. What's good? So we got a lot of stuff going on tonight. Man. So listen.
Happy Memorial Day weekend, guys.
Hey, man. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Hey, yeah, we blame Randall for everything, B, for everything. We blame Randall for everything, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. My fries was cold today when I got to the crib. Randall, it's all your fault, Randall. You know what I'm saying? It's all your fault, Randall. Them fries was cold. You know what I'm saying? I shouldn't even be eating fries anyway. Yeah, man. So we got this game right here. No lie to you. Let me do this real quick. Let me do this. Let there be light, and there was light. Duke was good.
Oh wait, my bad. Let me mute the stream. What's good? Salute. Salute.
Yeah, man. Hey, so we blaming Randall for everything, huh? That's how we doing.
I'm blaming him for a good piece of what's going on 100%.
Yeah, man. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie to
Got it.
you.
Him and Tibbs.
Him and Tibbs is getting blamed.
Yeah, he got
Okay.
outcoached in every game besides the one we won.
Yeah, yeah. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. And I know this is gonna sound crazy, but I think this is Leon Rose's fault.
Why?
I don't think you can blame Randall, especially not Tibbs.
Well, what is the reason then with Leon Rose?
All
Is
right,
it
so
that he didn't bring in any extra players in the deadline?
nah, I no. So for one, I love Taj Gibson, bro. I love Taj, and
Mhm.
I don't want this to seem like Taj hate because it's not Taj hate, right? But
Yeah, he's just
bro,
too old. He can't do certain
yeah,
things. There's
yeah,
no hate on him. He does good for what he has left in the tank.
right. But we depend, man. We started him in the playoffs.
Yeah.
That should be enough to tell you what Tibbs and Randall are working with. Taj Gibson is an excellent screen setter, but he doesn't have the burst going to the foot speed going to the basket to get open in pick and roll situations, and he's definitely not a lob threat at all. So he can't run by you and dunk, and he can't jump over you and dunk. You know what I'm saying? So it's
Yeah.
like, so Taj is not a finisher in a pick and roll situation. So you don't have to defend Taj. You don't have to defend Taj with a big. You can take your big and trap the pick and roll man. You can trap Derrick Rose because the defense's weak side help can make up for Taj, who's not even big. Taj Gibson at 6'9", 232 is the size of power forwards and wings in this league,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah. He's like a OB, I guess you can say, a small ball center
Right, right.
in a sense.
So he's not he's not big. He can't jump, and he's not fast.
Yeah, and you
But
see he's
but
not fast from the D rolls when he tries to do a pick and roll. He can't
right,
get quick enough to the basket, so he has to pass out. We saw it a few
right,
times in a row in
right.
the last game.
And what happens is then we give the ball to Randall with 7 seconds left in the shot clock to create offense for us. But we blame Julius Randall for Taj Gibson not being a big center, not being an athletic center, and not being a fast center. But that's Julius Randall's fault.
But
So and
but when you say like, yeah, people are blaming Randall, which I think deservedly he could get blamed. Your best player is always gonna get blamed no matter what, especially if they didn't show up.
right,
Because even if we have all that, because I can tell you right now, Burks showed up one game, IQ showed up one game. Obi has been doing like good for what he has been doing, in my opinion,
right,
throughout the whole
right,
series.
right.
RJ showed up for probably one
One,
and a half games, and
yeah,
then you have Randall who technically didn't show up in any of the games, and Burks
right,
and Bullock showed up for one quarter.
right,
It,
right,
it's like they all have blame, in my opinion, because none of them really did anything like to impact the game as much as they could. But when you have your all star and the MVP of our team not stepping up and not shooting well, And then last game is mainly the only game he really looked like he was playing his own game,
Right.
but he still had bad turnovers. So we do have
Yeah.
to blame him the most because our offense
Well,
runs through him
right. And
at
so
the
the
end of the
offense
day.
went. Yeah, I agree with you with that. But when I watched Game 4, some of the turnovers that we saw go back to Randall. It's like a quarterback throwing the interception, but the receiver ran the wrong route, right? Because there was a play with Julius Randall was attracting a double team away from the paint. He threw a bounce pass to a dude that was supposed to be cutting, and the dude didn't cut, ball go out of bounds,
I wish I could
right?
rewatch games. How do you rewatch games? Because I can only do that when it's on MSG.
Oh, I mean, I'm not sure. We'll have to do. We could definitely find that.
Yeah, I was just
Gas,
asking in general because I know some people
gas, if you
could
eating
rewatch.
chips.
Salute.
Sounds
What
like a
happened?
chips bag. Sounds like a chips bag crushing.
Huh?
It
Say
sounds
that
like
again.
a chips bag, like crushing.
Oh no, yeah, my
Oh,
cherries.
grapes.
Like,
Oh,
nah,
those are cherries.
yeah, cherries. Sorry,
Oh, I like
my
that.
bad for the
All
sound.
right,
Yeah.
Just
Nah.
I ran home. Salute to you guys.
salute.
And so the other reason why you blame Leon Rose is we knew last year that Alfred Payton wasn't the answer at point guard,
Hmm.
right? And this year we went in with Payton anyway, and then didn't upgrade the starting position during the season. And slowly during the course of the season, you see Leon Rose played Alfred Payton and less till we got to the point that he didn't play him at all, right? And the reason why I don't have a problem with Elf, I have a problem with his fit with the Knicks,
Yeah, me
right?
too. And you see, I mean, I understand exactly what you're saying, but to be honest, this off season, even though we did get a good front office, they still didn't know what we were gonna do. They didn't know how we were
Right,
gonna play, and people didn't really want to come here. So I don't blame them for last off season. The deadline, I blame them a bit, and I'm gonna
right,
judge them heavily on this off season.
right. Agreed, agreed. But in terms of this playoff series, we can't blame Julius Randle for the fact that our outside 3-point shooting was inconsistent, right? You can't blame Randle for that.
Yeah, I
You
agree.
know, so
Give me 1 second. I'll be back. My dog is barking. Gotta check it.
Nah, but I truly agree that they didn't do enough. They didn't do enough to fix last year's problems, and last year's problems come back to haunt us because as much as we want to blame Julius, it's a lot of weird trades like trading for Luca Vildosa for the last week of the series of the season, and it's just like, oh, shout out to Hoodie Kev, salute.
Yeah, Henry.
Yeah, I hear you, but speak louder.
No.
Yeah, I hear you, but you sound very low.
Hmm. I don't know. Sorry for my tardiness.
Nah, no worries. If we're talking about tardiness, Uncle Freeze missed a whole show yet last in the morning, so you're not late at all. But I believe they were talking about the off-season move from last year. How if we knew Alfred Payton was not the answer last year, why do we bring him back?
If you
Sub Hoodie
didn't
Cat.
think that Alfred Payton was the answer last year, well, there was a plethora of point guards that were on the move last year, from Chris Paul to Russell Westbrook to Ricky Rubio to let's see who switched teams as point guards.
Um,
Um,
Westbrook. I mean, you can call him a
yeah,
point guard.
Schroeder.
Schroeder.
Um, so there
Austin
was,
Rivers, who we traded back.
I mean, Jeff Teague. So there was a
Jeff
lot of
T. There was
point
a lot.
guards that went different places that you could have had. It's not like we didn't have the salary cap. It's not like we didn't have the assets. And Leon Rose just didn't. They brought back or Leon Rose, Scott Perry,
All
whoever.
right, I'm back. Salute. What's good,
All
Kev?
right. Is the dog under control?
Yeah, I actually, it's kind of not even a funny story, but I went to play ball today with my friends, and 30 minutes into playing, I tripped over someone's foot for a loose ball, and now my whole ankle is like swollen.
You're
And
gonna have to tie it up.
Yeah, I'm using crutches right now because I can't even
Get
put
out.
pressure on it.
Oh
So
no,
it's
yeah.
kind of tough right now.
Back in my day, I'd be out there playing basketball within like 2 days.
Go
I
swimming.
mean, it just happened.
Yeah, I know. Back in my day, it was like,
there's definitely something
sprained
else
ankle.
there. I gotta get an X-ray.
Just gotta shake it off.
I hope
and be out there.
Yeah, it's
comes
not
alright.
no normal sprained ankle.
You know, I myself tore a ligament in my knee.
Thankfully, I haven't broken anything. Knocking on wood, but I haven't broken anything yet. And
I
this
broke
is
my
just,
ankle
like,
before,
it's
so
a little
that's.
displaced or something.
I have a broken fibula and tibula, so I know the pain.
Damn.
But if anything, go swimming. If you have access to a pool, or throw yourself in Coney Island and go swimming, because swimming is great for. Is a
Yeah, I don't
good
know
rehab.
for that, but nah, I just put it in water with ice, like in like a bucket or whatever, and I put my feet in it to cool it off.
What you also need is elevation. You have to elevate the knee.
It's not my knee; it's my ankle. My knee is fine.
That's what I said. Did I say ankle or did I say knee?
You said knee.
I meant ankle. You need to elevate it.
I'm not getting old. My knee.
I don't know why I said knee. I meant ankle. But yes, you have to elevate it. Heat also works with swelling.
Yeah, I put it in ice because usually the ice kind of, I don't know, it usually helps out. So I put it in there.
So what you do is you want to do that. That's why they have what's called icy hot. You want to put it on ice,
and then in hot.
Ice preserves it, but then you want to get the blood flowing again, because that's what happens. All a sprain is when the muscle swells, blood can't travel through the veins, and so heat relaxes the muscles.
Are you doing laundry? I did laundry earlier in the morning. That's funny.
He's at the hotel, right?
Yes, I am at work.
Are you still at the? Hold on. Where do you live? No, do you live in Atlanta?
I do not live in Atlanta. I live in North Carolina.
Yeah, North Carolina.
So how long are you gonna stay in Atlanta for?
I am back at work in North Carolina.
Oh, okay, my bad. So what you were saying about Hadouken, about the off season trades of Leon Rose and things like that.
Wait, I don't know what the last thing Uncle Freezy was talking about, because I left my dog was barking. So
well, you guys were talking about how we blame
Leon
Julius.
Rose. I'm really gonna test Leon Rose or blame something on him. I gave him a little blame in the deadline, but now this offseason is gonna be where I truly judge him.
This isn't about Leon Rose. This isn't about Leon Rose at all. Don't let Uncle Freezy.
No, I don't think it's on Leon Rose at all either.
This is Tom Thibodeau. This is because here's the thing, Julius Randle, and I saw Uncle Freezy's little YouTube thing. This is the thing about it, Julius Randle. You want to be a star, you want to be a max contract player. That's what you want. You want people to talk about you and have billboards and be the man and this is your team. Guess what? Take criticism. Put it on you. Don't run a high and you can't blame him. No, because Reggie Bullock can't dribble, that's Julius Randle's fault. Because Quickly ain't scoring, that's Julius Randle's fault. You wanna know why it's Julius Randle's fault? Because Julius Randle wants to be a star. And the stars get all the blame. If the stars get all the love, then they get all the blame too. That's how this works. My favorite player is Patrick Ewing. And guess what? Uncle Freezy won't let me criticize John Starks and wants to blame it all on Patrick Ewing, the star player, because Patrick Ewing's a star player. Every time I bring that up, he says, well, why didn't Patrick Ewing step up? Because Patrick Ewing's a star, right? And he can handle that. So, no. Emmanuel Quickly's not scoring, that's Julius Randle's fault. Taj Gibson is old and slow. Guess what? That's Julius Randle's fault. Norman Wells can't pass the ball.
That's a fact. I believe the same.
Julius Randle's fault, because Julius Randle is a star. And that's what comes along with being a star. So yes, that's all Julius Randle's fault.
once he got that MIP award, he basically signed a contract with the league, like, because you become like, if you want to be in that next level, he became that next level. But it's
I
like,
sat up here and Uncle Freezy had a whole fit because Julius Randle didn't get MVP consideration.
I
You
remember.
think an MVP wouldn't get blamed for this? Wouldn't get criticized?
Yeah, that's
No,
why I said your
it
best
is.
player is always gonna get criticized,
So
even
yes,
if
this is
you lose
Julius
and play
Randle's
good, or if you
fault.
play bad and you lose.
man,
No
even
matter.
Lou Williams
Man,
is
you
playing
sound
great.
so soft right now.
No, I sound
Hoodie
like I'm
Cap
right.
sounds so
You
soft right
sound
now.
soft. That's what it sounds like. You do.
You sound
I'm
so
telling
soft
how
right
it
now.
is.
You bringing up my name. Why you bringing up my name to make a point for yourself? If you got a point, say it. Why you bringing up
I
my
said
name?
my point.
Why you
That's
bringing
what
up
I'm
something?
saying.
That's how we starting today.
Man, you sound so. Yeah. That's how we found it. Hoodie Cap want beef. You want beef?
He want
You,
beef
you
from the
want you want
get-go.
beef?
I want them hot dogs that was in the suite. They were all beef.
Pause.
Kobe beef or which type of beef?
Pause.
Oh, pause. You're right. Pause. Double
Yeah.
pause.
Nah, but
Yeah,
You young children,
yeah.
these millennials with this whole pause
Yeah,
thing.
I don't know how you could just go through the okay, no, whatever. But okay, so going back to the playoffs.
Yeah.
All
Why
right,
you
so
why you calling my man a child, man? Where the respect line at?
Huh?
Yeah, I see the line of respect is gonna be crossed a lot, man.
The
He's
line
done
of
it.
respect is I don't need to say pause to justify anything when it deals with any kind of whatever. I'm 35 years old. I don't need to say pause after I make a statement that people might find whatever. I mean, that's what I mean. If you're going to feel that way, that's kind of juvenile. I'll say that to anybody who does that.
Hoodie Cap, you really woke up in the wrong side of the bed today, huh?
I woke up in a very plush bed this morning. It was very nice.
Plush.
all right, well, okay, so I've
Yeah,
heard
he wrong about Randall.
I'm not wrong about Randall. I'm 100% right about Randall.
I think he's partially
If
right
Julius
about it.
Randle wants to be a star, if he wants to be a
Nah,
max contract, then he has to bear the burden of everyone else around him. That's what it calls. That's what it takes to be a star. And if he can't, then he's not a star.
Yeah.
Then we should stop trying to label
Right.
him as that. We shouldn't give him a max
you sound
contract if he
crazy.
can't.
You
Because
sound
every
like a
time
soft
LeBron
Knicks fan,
James
bro.
loses, do we blame J.R. Smith? Do we blame Anderson Varejao? No. You know who we blame? We blame
Anderson
LeBron
Varejao.
James.
Yeah, you sound.
All right,
You sound
let's
soft right
When
now.
I kept
And the
saying
reason
a certain shooting guard through the '94 finals, you said no, it's Patrick Ewing's fault. You wanna know why? Because Patrick Ewing was the star of the team. That's what you told me. That's what Uncle Freezy told Woody Cal.
I didn't.
Yes, he
I
did.
never told you that.
You said why didn't you said Patrick Ewing should have stepped up.
let me do
You
this
soft
real quick.
and you
You
lying.
said
You a soft
Patrick
liar
Ewing
right
should
now.
step up.
Take
How come Patrick
control,
Ewing ain't be
Hadouken.
the last
Take
guy to do
control,
all the other
Hadouken.
stuff?
Let the men handle their beef like men.
Facts.
That's
Hey,
what
pause.
this is.
He's
I'm
so
not about to
starting to
baby
pause.
somebody who wants to sign a max contract. If he can't handle it, then he can go to Minnesota or Oklahoma City or somewhere where the lights ain't that bright. If he can't handle it, because it's all Julius Randle's fault. That's what a star player
soft right
does. He has
It's
the
mostly
burden
his
of
fault, yes.
responsibility to lift his franchise
It's
up.
not mostly.
That is the definition of a star player. And if he can't do that, then yes, he deserves.
Let me get this clown out of here with this softness.
Can I do
Yo,
something real
Kev,
quick?
you need to go somewhere and take a nap. Yeah, go ahead, man.
Jesus Christ.
All right, we got 64 people watching, 28 likes. If you are enjoying, drop a like. If you're on mobile, exit out, hit the like button. Let's try to balance it out. If you are enjoying the show, and subscribe, hit the notification bell so you
And
never
if you
miss out on
can,
the
and
live.
if you can put Happy Memorial Day weekend towards
It's
G-Man
already
towards.
over, but yeah.
It is
If
not
you
really.
haven't already, yeah.
But it doesn't
Oh
hurt
wait,
to
no.
try.
Oh no, my bad. I forgot you're in
Doesn't hurt to
San
try.
Diego.
Make sure
Yeah.
give some love to the veterans out there like G-Man, like Ron, like Uncle Freeze that serve our country and allows us to have the freedom to talk right now. So shout out to all the soldiers.
Yes, shout out to the 40 people that liked
Yeah.
it up. And if you want what's it called? Why did I just forget? If you want us to say salute, drop a salute in the chat.
Oh,
Drop orange and blues, whatever
you
you
want to do
want.
a roll
We
call
shout
to
you
bring the
out.
energy back up? Because he came with low energy right now.
Yeah, I'm gonna get my. I'm gonna try to get my energy up. I'm a little.
Dude, I never seen a man try to sound so hard while folding clothes. Folding clothes actually makes me calm. I was doing laundry in the morning and I wanted to do, and it just calms me down, you know. But I never seen somebody like mad while folding clothes. Like,
drop a thumbs up in the chat. Let's get it lit in here.
Let's get it litty. Let's get it litty. Hey, shout outs to Kasier
Shout out to
Sos 71.
guy. Shout out to you. I see you, Juju 92. I see
92.
you here all the time. Kaiser Souls. Shout out to the mod team.
Cully in the building.
Shout out to Wow. Shout out to Cully. I see you, Julian Blum.
Shout out to Candy Yankees. Knicks for life.
Felipe.
Yo, Elvis.
210. Robert Carr, my guy. Yo, Elvis. What's good? Kenny Yankees, Nick Giants. What's good?
Morocco Joe.
Calio the Scope. What's good? If we didn't say your name, just keep going. We'll shout you out. If you want to shout anyone
Bryan.
out, go ahead.
Andre Bryan, Nick.
That's good.
For the love of the game, shout outs to Z. Yo, Z made a promise that if the Knicks win Game 7, Z is gonna streak in the streets naked. So if we win Game 7, Z, I think his name is Zag.
Shout out to Zach.
For the love of the game.
Yeah, that's Zach. Shout out to Zach.
And Hector.
Shout out to CS Hoops, Robbie McLagan, Andre Bryan was good. Hit them likes up. Let's try to get it balanced out. You guys already started smashing the like button when we shouted it out. Appreciate you guys.
Your boy Robbie Maxiagan.
Shout out to Stop It Videos, BLK Profit, Julian Brum was good. People are calling you shout out Nixon 7 because yeah, that's Nick Gas. If you don't know Nick Gas, he changed his name to Nixon 7.
Salute Nixon. Oh, that's actually happening. I just realized. I thought it was people saying it. That's funny. I didn't realize.
Yeah, I don't know. We could go back if you see someone else, you could shout them out. Oh, the new Knicks was good.
I'm gonna bring back the let me get the
shout people
the city for real voice. All right, guys, make sure you put some thumbs up. Put the thumbs up. Put the orange and blue. Juju 92 is in the building. Kenny Yankees, Knicks, Giants is in the building. Wapo all the time is in the building. Blow Orange, my boy Uncle Freeze, confuse me, is in the building. For the love of the game, is in the building. Yo, that hurts. Triboro is in the building. Allah Wise is in the building. Julian Blum is in the building. Black Prophet is in the building. Stupid Videos is in the video. Juju 92, I like that name, is in the building. Andre Bryan is in the building. Oh, I got a mic. Robbie McClagan is in the building. Let me see some news. All right, Allah in here. Oh yeah, we the fake city. We the gentrified city. Dart City, get them. I'm not Dart City. Don't say that because then I don't want to get assaulted by City for real. But shout out to all of y'all. Hey, Z is in the building. Yo, Z is Mr. Challenger.
You still got that on the whiteboard, don't you, guys?
Oh, you want me to write it down back?
No, I'm good.
Hey, so it's a contract. You this said. I didn't even
Nobody
ask
wants
you.
to see that, bro.
Just for the humiliation, I do.
Oh man.
How's it been? How's it been?
Like I told you, I will gladly honor that bet.
So here's the thing about what we were talking about earlier. Hey, what's good, boss? What's good? Hey, man, you gotta be patient with me. You know I'm just from my phone, Code Z. Yeah. Hey, Z, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yo, Freezy, we could hear you.
Yeah, you gotta be patient with me when I'm doing this stuff from my phone.
No, I was playing with you, bro.
That's what, so everything is moving slow.
I was waiting. You know that. I was just playing with you.
Yeah. No.
Hope you had a good Memorial Day,
no
man.
doubt,
Thank you
no
for your
doubt.
service.
Hey, so I got a question for Hadouken. So Hoodie Cav came on and said the most ridiculous thing you ever heard in your life. He said, if you want to be a star, you got to take all the blame yourself, right? But
yeah, I
at
don't
no
agree with
point
all
in
the
NBA
blame,
history
but
have you.
I say most of the blame is on him.
At no point in NBA history, now you can't even give him most of the blame. Like when Michael Jordan was winning, Michael Jordan had Scottie Pippen, right? When Shaq was winning, Shaq had Kobe or Dwayne Wade. When LeBron was winning, LeBron had Dwayne Wade, Chris Bosh, Anthony Davis, a bunch of guys. I mean, when a guy, even Larry Bird had Kevin McHale, Danny
Robert
Ainge, Dennis Johnson, Robert Parrish, Isaiah Thomas. When Isaiah Thomas was winning, he had Joe Dumars, John Sally, Dennis Rodman. When Tim Duncan was winning, Tim Duncan had David Robinson, Tony Parker, Manu Ginobili, all these guys. And for some to say that a guy not winning he deserves all the blame is the most ridiculous thing you ever heard in your life. How do you blame one guy for not winning when everybody that has won not only had help but had multiple guys helping them win championships? I mean, Steph Curry had Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, Kevin Durant,
Harrison
Andre
Barnes.
Iguodala, even in Toronto. Right, all these guys, man. I mean, and then Julius Randle doesn't win, and this guy says the most ridiculous thing you ever heard in your life. Talking about Julius Randle deserves all the blame. I mean, come on, bro. When are we gonna get over this
Hoodie Calf.
anti Knicks talk?
Two things for that though, Freezy, and for your point about the other stars, Michael Jordan got no blame ever. It was all about how can we get Michael Jordan help. Like his whole career before he won, it was like how can we get Michael Jordan more help? He needs more help.
Yeah, but didn't he score effectively?
But still, he didn't get out of the first round without Scottie Pippen.
Yeah, I understand that, but the thing with Randall is that he's not even shooting well, and he's not
but
playing
still,
his
if our
own way.
supporting cast makes their shots at somewhat close to the season's average, we're up 3-1 right now.
Yeah, but you also got to take that into account because you can't compare him to the MJ situation because he was actually
a team sport, is what I'm trying to say. If RJ didn't play like doo-doo, Reggie Bullock didn't play horrible. If all of our guys made our shots, he would average double-digit assists this whole series and would be up 3-1. Even with his bad scoring output, he's getting double and triple teamed. What is he supposed to do? Kick the ball out to his teammates. That's exactly what he's doing.
He wasn't even doing that well, though.
Excuse me?
He wasn't even doing that well, though. He sees the double team, triple team, whatever, when he had that sometimes coming, and he did not pass out of it quick enough.
Yes, he did. What? He still passed out of it, and they got a wide open shot. They missed.
Not a lot of times yet.
Not a lot of times, Freezy.
Yes.
How many times in Atlanta did you see wide open shots, passes by Julius Randle, clank off the rim or off the backboard and miss? How many times, Freezy?
Right.
Freezy, did we not talk about how he's taking too long with those double teams, and then he's not seeing the players as well as he should.
But he got the passes out for wide open shots. It's not just him.
No one is saying it's just him.
No,
that was what Kev was saying.
That's what I was getting at. That's what I was
No, Kev said he deserves all the blame.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Everything Kev says is factual now.
Right. So he said the guy, if you win an award, you deserve all the blame. If you win an award, if you get into that MVP conversation, he said, Uncle Freezy said Julius Randle is in the MVP conversation. And I said yes, because Julius Randle, of all the dudes in the MVP conversation, the most.
Did you cut off?
With the league.
You cut off for a second.
Yeah, that's because Hoodie Cap is blowing up my phone. Yeah, why you take me off the live stream?
You Alfred Payton his ass.
Yeah, no, bro. I'm telling you, people get sick and tired of anti-Knicks talk on Knicks channels all the time. They don't want to hear every time the Knicks are down. People want to kick them when they down. Knicks fans are getting tired of that, bro. That's why there's no,
Well, it's simple. It's like I said, Hadouken, and I'm not disagreeing that he's had a subpar series. That's obvious.
right,
But what I'm
right.
saying
We
is,
all agree.
Had a
I think we
terrible
all
what I'm
agree.
saying,
series.
like for example,
Right.
Hadouken, you remember the Orlando game where he had 17 assists? That's regular season, yes, but his shot wasn't falling, and he was passing the ball out to open shooters. They made him that game. They made him multiple games. They're missing the wide open threes. Reggie Bullock, most of his open looks come from Julius Randle. He had a goose egg. And if what I'm saying is if just the supporting cast makes their shots at their season's average, we're up 3-1. If Julius plays to his season average and we play the way we're supposed to, we swept them already. It's just
Right.
it's simple. It's execute, make shots. It's a make or miss league.
No, because the thing with that is that
No, it's not a
no,
make or miss
I'm not
league.
saying it's not just that. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying yes, that is obviously part of it, that people aren't making shots, but it's also that he has not been playing his game, especially the first 3 games. The fourth game, he was finally playing in a normal way that he usually does. His shots were just not falling, and he had some horrible turnovers. His assist to turnover average is 17 to 15. That's just that's
Yeah,
horrible.
that's bad. They're also taking him out of his game. It's the playoffs. They're gauging in to stop him.
He's not even going against defenders like Bogdan. He's scared to even go to the rim. He just hasn't played his game.
Every time he tries to go to the rim, it's an offensive foul.
No, it wasn't. That happened probably a few times.
Yeah, because he only went to the hole a few times.
Nah, it has not been that many offensive fouls.
All right. Well, if you're right and everyone else is wrong, then what are we doing here on the podcast?
Right.
Yo, Z,
Right.
you out here?
Well,
Why aren't you coaching for the Knicks right now?
Who is everyone else? I'm just saying the way when you watch the game, that's
Fire
how it
Tibbs.
looks like.
Fire Tibbs. Hire you.
Come on. You know that's not gonna happen.
Exactly.
What's up,
Because
fellas?
Tibbs is doing the best thing, putting us in the best position to win a game with what he's got.
What's good? You know that.
Oh yeah, I remember your Tips Hive. Your Tips Hive. I remember last time I was trying to put some blame, and you were like, no, don't talk about my man.
You know, Hadouken don't want that job. Hadouken never take that job.
They never hire him. They never hire any of us.
I'm not trying to be hired. I'm just saying for what it is, and that is basically what it was when you watch
What's the
game.
topic? What we talking about?
Salute City.
What's
up, State?
We're playing the blame game. Let's play the blame.
So Kev said that all the blame is on Randall, and I said most of the blame is on Randall. But
can I stop y'all both real quick?
Thank you.
Now, I'm a guy who killed Randall all season. I killed him last season. I kill him every time he plays back. To be honest with y'all, like after sitting on it, I can't really blame Randall.
Thank you.
So Randall, I understand that, and I've been telling y'all this for months. Like, and people killed me for this take. I always told y'all Randall is a championship 3rd or 4th option. No disrespect to Julius Randle, but I watched Kevin Garnett for years be the 1 option. Then for him to get a championship, he was the 3rd option. I watched Klay Thompson, 2nd option. D Wade, 2nd option. I could keep going to these Hall of Fame 2nd options, and he's just not in the right role right now. So I could give Randy that excuse, even though he's been playing pathetic. But we got to put it in context. He's just in the role he's not supposed to be in right now, and I understand it. Now, as far as Thibodeau is concerned, he's the person that needs the most blame. I'm going to tell y'all why. I watched Scott Brooks change his lineups for 2-3 games straight after they lost the game. I watched Thibodeau throw out the same units besides taking Alfred Payton out the starting lineup and putting Derrick Rose in. That was a mistake. Number one.
It's like insanity.
What else would you change? Just curious.
Hey, let him finish.
So for me, so one, that was a mistake. Now, anybody who plays basketball, right? When you take Derrick Rose from the bench and put him in the starting lineup after you've been starting Alfred all year, who plays at a slow pace, and Derrick Rose, who plays at a fast pace, now you messed up the chemistry with the starting unit and the bench unit, because now the bench unit is lost without Derrick Rose being coming off the bench. So that's one thing that Tibbs needed to adjust. Play 10 men out there. You've seen for 3-4 straight games Trae Young is running amok. He's killing Reggie Bullock. He's killing Burks. He's killing Derrick Rose. He's killing R.J. Barrett. So why not try Frank for 10, 15 minutes instead of playing that man 30 something minutes? I don't agree with Tibbs' philosophy. And lastly,
that's bad coaching.
Right,
That's bad. That's not even coaching at all.
Well, we won with these guys all season. Okay, understandable. But that is 1990s coach logic. It's 2021. You need to adjust and adapt. And what I'm seeing from Tibbs, he's giving me Mark Jackson vibes, who get the coach up off the floor, and then somebody else take the Knicks to the promised land. Because he's killing me with the adjustments.
I said that first, by the way. I said that first, but I agree with you.
State, that's not nothing you said was wrong. It's just, but can you also agree that if our role players make our wide open shots, this is a different series?
So as far as the role players, right? And shout outs to OG Trace for this tape. He said that Atlanta role players is gonna play better at home, and that when they was in our house, the Atlanta role players didn't show up. Now the Atlanta role players are showing up. So it like something got to give. They gotta switch it up, bro.
I agree, but can't you also say that if our role players make their wide open attempts, that was a different series?
You're right in a way, but at the same way, you're kind of wrong because Tibbs overused the vets all season and didn't play his bench enough. So now it's looking like Reggie Bullock has no legs. He played 34 minutes. It was 0 for 4, and he's letting Bogey run amok on him all series. Come on, dog.
But at the same time, you can also look. You say it's 90s coaching philosophy to go 9 deep, correct?
Yeah, but that
show me another team in the playoffs that goes 10 and over in their rotation.
Bro, that's understandable. But for our team right now, and the way the roster is constructed, and if you want to win, you need to play 10 guys. If
we're losing.
Wetting the bed, I don't understand why Kevin Knox can't get a look. When you know you need somebody to stop Trae Young while he's running amok. I don't understand why Frank can't get a look. I understand Tibbs trusts vets, but at the same time, you gotta adjust, homie. You gotta adjust.
What I'm well, is it safe to say Tibbs didn't learn anything?
Time. See how bad them youngins looked in garbage time.
Garbage, bro. Tibbs got to switch it up, bro. I'm sorry, bro. Like that old way don't work, bro.
And I hope he switches it up and so that you guys can see that it won't work.
So
why would you say? Wait, hold on. I don't like Knicks fans like you because you saying to tell Tibbs not to adjust to do the same things he's been doing this playoff series for us to lose another game.
He literally made an adjustment that all Knicks fans were crying.
Yo, Z, show your face, man. Show your face. Show your face so we can see when you hate on the Knicks.
I'm having a cigarette right now, so I'm taking myself off camera because I'm.
That's smart. That's smart.
Don't place half of the context into the full. Like you're placing half of the context. The adjustment we wanted, yes, take Alfred out the star line. But the other adjustment we wanted was throwing Frank on Trae Young. That's it. That's what you need to do.
No, that's not all we need to say.
If that's all you need to do, you'd be making millions right now as an NBA head coach. You can say you hate Knicks fans like me, but I can say I hate Knicks fans like you for thinking that draft busts are going to get us to the promised land.
No, he could be a draft bust, right? But you tried everything. You're down 3-1.
You just said he tried everything, and in the same breath 5 seconds ago, you said he made no adjustments.
He made no adjustments.
How can he try everything without making no adjustments?
Starting Derrick Rose is not really an adjustment, bro. Come on now.
How is it not?
Come on now. You got to do more than that. How is that not an adjustment? Bro.
Is it different?
I think that's just a selfish move to go back to his old days. It has nothing to do with the Knicks.
Is the fourth player in NBA history that averaged 25 and 10 in his first four playoff games. Oscar Robertson and guys like that. That's what's different. Stop Trae Young. That's what we need to talk about. Stopping him. You threw the kitchen sink at him. Nothing worked.
State. So here's the thing, man. So here's the thing. My only beef with what State said is this: the Atlanta Hawks are not scoring 130 points a game on us, bro. They're stopping Trae Young is not the issue. The issue is on offense. We have 1.5 offensive players going against 5 defenders. That's what it is all the time. Every time Julius Randle touch it, and when you go back and look at the game, you'll see that Randall's man is on him, Clint Capella is spying, and Trae Young is dropping in his passing lanes. Now, if you say that's not happening, you're not watching games. How is Julius Randle going? How is Julius Randle going against three guys, and when he kicks it out to a guy, he passes to a guy, they not cutting, and they not able to. Reggie Bullock is not able to take a man off the dribble or post up Trae Young, because Trae Young guards Reggie Bullock, and you can't even go to that matchup because Reggie Bullock cannot take Trae Young in the post. How is that Julius Randle's fault? Like, how is it Julius Randle's fault that when he kicks out to Reggie Bullock, he pump fakes at the three, steps up, dribbles two times, and forces the ball back to Randle? How is that Randle's fault? How is it Randle's fault that Todd Gibson sets the screen and is not fast enough to get active in the screen and roll process? How is that Julius Randle's fault? How is it Julius Randle's fault? And Nerlens Noel can't set screens because he's too thin, and he's fast enough to get to the basket, but he can't catch. How is that Julius Randle's fault? That's not Julius Randle's fault. We want to blame Julius Randle for a lot of stuff, but the thing is Tibbs is running the right actions offensively, but the players that he has to execute offensively are offensively challenged. That's not a Tom Thibodeau thing. That's a Leon Rose thing. Now, I understand what y'all saying about making adjustments, but throwing bodies at people is not necessarily the adjustment that we want to see. But schematically, in terms of schemes, Tibbs has made adjustments all series long when you watch, right? Because for one, give you an example. On shots, Tibbs went from Taj Gibson covering Capella by himself to two-man box out from Clint Capella. That's a scheme thing. You know what I'm saying? That's a scheme thing. He's saying we don't want Clint Capella, the league's leading rebounder, to get 10, 15, 20 rebounds a game against our small unit, right? That's a scheme thing. Thibodeau did that. He made the adjustment, right? He also went to R.J. Barrett ball handling at the top of the key, right? R.J. Barrett is throwing bounce passes through traffic to guys that can't catch the ball. Is that R.J. Barrett's fault? No. He put the pass on the money and dudes bobble the ball out of bounds. That's not a Thibodeau thing. That's not an R.J. Barrett thing. That's a Leon Rose thing, right? I understand we want to blame Tibbs and Randall because they're the most high profile, but when you watch these games, bro, you got to look at things for what they are. The two lives that Nerlens Noel missed Sunday, how was that Julius Randle's fault? How was that his fault?
But Uncle Freeze, can I say something?
Yes. No, let me finish. Y'all been talking.
All right, go ahead.
I've been quiet.
Me too.
Nerlens Noel caught two lobs or trying to catch two lobs, right? He bobbled the ball. The passes were on the money. How was that Tibbs' fault? In the game we down by 6. Role play. The lobs to Nerlens Noel. Nerlens Noel was in the right place, and Nerlens Noel bobbled the ball. How in the world is that Tibbs' fault? We blaming everybody. We want to blame everybody that's in a high-profile spot, except blaming the dudes that can't catch a basketball. I mean, what are we really doing? Yeah, guys.
I was going to get the Leon Rose, Uncle OG, but the only reason why I didn't want to kill Leon Rose was because, you know, he stood pat at the trade deadline and we still overachieved. So I feel like Leon Rose, I feel like we can only judge Leon Rose for the moves he make this summer. If you get what I'm saying, I feel like Tibbs,
I don't.
But he didn't make a lot of moves, and we overachieved with Mike Miller.
Right.
We was overachieving with Mike Miller also.
But
you were under 500 with Mike Miller.
Hey, hold on, everybody. So Cena said that they didn't make a move at the deadline, and we still overachieved. So that means Tom Thibodeau did a good job with a roster that we know needed help, right? So how are we blaming Tibbs now?
Exactly.
That's crazy.
It's the easy bait. Everybody wants to take the easy bait. It's not.
So no blame should be distributed. No blame should be distributed.
If people made their shots at better at a 17% clip in the starting lineup, we would have won games 1 and 3.
But that's still on
man.
Tibbs because the reason
that's
why
not
it's
on
still
Tibbs.
on
Tibbs does not put the ball in the hole, State. Tibbs does not put the ball
He's still a
in the
coach, so
hole.
that's not an excuse.
Hold on real quick. That's on Tibbs too because he overused his vets all season and then used his benching up. It looks like Reggie Bullock has no legs, bro. He has no legs, honestly. And I'm not even trying
He
to
falls
kill
in
Reggie
love
Bullock
with a certain player
and say and just destroy him. But honestly, he has no legs. That's on Tibbs. That's on Tibbs. When you don't adjust, let me give you a good example. Why not try Randall at the 5 and Obi at the 4 to get Capella out of the paint? Why?
If you remember, they tried that last game and got cooked defensively. They tried that last game.
I didn't see it enough.
Horrible
lineup.
They did. Yeah, but you don't try those lineups in the third or fourth game of the playoff. You try that before the season is over. So that's bad coaching, regardless.
Different times in the season, and they were horrible defensively. That's why you didn't do it a lot. Come on, man.
And I also think that Randall deserves a little bit of blame, Uncle Freeze, because
Tibbs is getting out-coached. That is fact. That is fact.
No, he's not. If they make
too.
the shots, then we're up 3-1, and nobody's saying a damn thing about Tibbs.
Bro, if Tibbs coached better and put better rotations and adjusted when he needed to, we could have easily be up 3-1 on this series. But no, he wants to keep doing the same things over and over. Why am I watching Reggie Bullock? Bro, he had Reggie Bullock on Trae Young, bro. Why? He is getting smoked every play, bro. Look, I'm watching him get dribble penetration every play. And Randall's not even fighting. Bro, Derrick Rose looked at Randall after he hip checked homie and looked at Randall in disgust. Why are you celebrating hip checking somebody you getting smacked by 20? Come on, dude. Come on, man. Knicks got to be better than that, man. You got to want to compete.
I believe bad playing is contagious, and that's why I also blame a little bit on Randall and RJ, because the way we saw quickly came in with a lot of energy, and once he starts seeing players playing like crap, it's contagious. Now
I don't know about
that. Let me say something real quick. Shout out to Kaiser Souls for the $5 super chat. He says, so who would get most of the credit if the Knicks just swept the Hawks? Randall, right? So now that we getting beat, he has to accept some responsibility. Thank you for the $5 super chat.
Yo, so some responsibility is not what we arguing right now. We're arguing the all or nothing. The all or nothing is because everybody deserves blame. You know what I'm saying? We're not saying that Tibbs don't deserve blame, Randall don't deserve blame, Rose don't deserve blame. Any of that. That's not what we're saying. What we're saying is there's a faction of Knicks fans, and Kev included, saying that Randall deserves all the blame. When you have never in your life seen a champion, including Tim Duncan, including Michael Jordan, including Larry Bird, Will Chamberlain, Bill Russell, none of these dudes that ever won championships alone. That thought to myself is the most ridiculous thing I ever heard on this.
Uncle Freeze, will you accept if somebody says that Randall is playing like vintage Randall, like the Randall we knew before the season? Is that okay? Vintage Randall's back?
No.
Oh, it's still bad.
No.
By the way, there's shout out to the 92 people watching. We got 53 likes. Let's try to balance it out. If you guys are enjoying what you guys are seeing, drop a like button, subscribe, and turn the notification bell on.
Nice.
Y'all have to give Nate McMillan some credit, man. Like he's a heck of a coach, and he took away everything that makes Randall lethal, and he's making it so that other people are the reason that we win, and they're not. Like our role players, if they would hit some more shots, I think we would be at least tied.
The same thing happened with Monty Williams when we had the 9-game winning streak, and he got outcoached too. So maybe he's not good against black coaches.
What?
All right.
That's gotta be the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
Yeah. Come on, bro.
Chris Paul. You want to talk about Chris Paul, an extension of a coach? If Pitt had a Chris Paul on this team, it'd be way different. Dumbest shit I ever heard. Sorry.
Oh,
right?
look at you. You said
Now,
some dumb stuff.
now, hey, so the coach don't matter. We ain't get ready to go there. Hey, Gas, don't do that no more, please. Not in this setting, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Uh,
I understand that it might be your opinion, but what we want to do is make sure that we be respectful
uh,
and of everybody. So,
I
but
just
the
think he's
thing,
overhyped.
well, we can say okay in different ways though. So,
Okay.
but the thing about Tibbs is I understand with the situation that Tibbs is in, but what we don't realize is this roster is limited. We took dudes off the scrap heap. Reggie
Yes.
Bullock was on the scrap heap. Nerlens Noel was on the scrap heap. Todd Gibson was on the scrap heap. You know what? Derrick Rose was on the scrap heap, right?
Alfred Payton.
Alec Burks was on the scrap heap. Alfred Payton was on the scrap heap. And what we saying is Tibbs took all of that and got us to 41 wins. And now that the guys that are on the scrap heap are not performing like all stars, we're saying it's all Tibbs' fault. That can't possibly be right, y'all. I mean, what I'm asking is if there is points out there, deeper points, man, we need to get to them. But just to say, Tibbs, you look at the box score and then say such and such didn't happen, Tibbs is at fault. I think doesn't do justice to this conversation. All the people in this video chat, all the people in the virtual chat.
Yeah. Yeah. Well. So do you guys believe that we are winning Game 5? And how do you think we could win?
Well, the first thing we got to do is make sure we get Julius Randle started early with some easy looks at the basket. We could always try what State is saying and throw Frank out there for a few minutes, and not just for this 10-second BS. If you are going to throw him out there, put him out there for longer than 10, 15 seconds. Don't put him out there for that and expect him to make an impact in less than a minute. Get him easy shot, easy looks, draw up plays for him, draw up plays for RJ to get some easy looks. Have our role players, everybody's got to hit our open threes. We hit our open threes and our open shots, we're in a good position.
Yeah, I agree. We definitely, like last game, we had RJ, Rose, and Obi were the only people that really showed up. So you gotta have a fair distribution of people and need to hit shots, because I still think that game 3 that they had against us, shooting 60% from three, is an anomaly. But they just keep hitting shots, and we're looking a little iffy too sometimes on the defensive end as well. They're getting a lot of open looks, especially with the pump fakes. They pretend to shoot and then they dribble once, and then they've been making a lot of threes from that way, especially through the second lineup.
Yeah,
that second lineup needs to be changed up.
Trae Young is cooking us, obviously, but their role players are knocking down open threes, left, right, and center.
Yeah, but my point with that, Zach, is that we should not be playing their game. We should not be following and trying to get those 3-point shots from Reggie Bullock. We should just play our game and keep them under 100. It happened once. Why can't we continue the same cycle?
Our game, though, is also working off of Julius and our role players hitting their open threes and open twos and open looks, which isn't happening. If they hit their open looks, we have a much different series on our hands.
I think that if we're not gonna play EP again, instead of playing Rose in the starting lineup, I would put Frank, if anything, and not for him to be the main playmaker, of course, because he's really a wing. But I would put RJ as one of the main ball handlers, so he could play make and distribute the ball, and then that also gives him the opportunity to get more looks at the rim rather than just spot up shooting.
I think RJ is more effective when he's going to the rim. Like that's his game, getting to the rim, taking that contact, and one.
I agree.
Him shooting jumpers, like his jumper has gotten better, way better than what it was last year. But that shouldn't be his. Tibbs shouldn't have him out there trying to do that, shoot threes like he's a sniper. You know what I mean?
Hey, Chuck Allen. Hey, Chuck, yeah. I'm gonna just say this just real quick, and then I'll get out the way. Hey man, when we were at the game, Derrick Rose and Julius Randle during the timeouts, they were pointing to the floor where they want RJ to be at. They were like, no, don't drive, man. Just spot up right here. So when the defense double team me, this is where you should be at. I don't know if that's a Tibbs thing, but I know we noticed that from up there from where we were sitting. Like they were like, no, RJ, no, we want you to be aggressive. We want you to be aggressive shooting the three though in case they double team. Now I don't know if it was just for that at the time, or if they had talked about that in the locker room.
Okay. Well then then you have to say that's bad coaching, because you have to know your personnel that's on the floor. He's better at shooting a three, but that is not his forte.
Yep.
In the playoffs, you got a great coach knows his players' strengths and weaknesses, and he always put that player in position to succeed with their strengths and work on their weaknesses during practice. RJ Barrett is I don't think they have anyone that's going to stop him from getting to the rim, absorbing the contact for a shot or a foul. I don't see that person. Not even Bogdan.
So what do you do? What do you do with Clint Capella, who's camped in the paint?
You gotta put Randall at the 5, bro. You gotta start Randall and Obi. You gotta put Randall at the 5 to bring Capella out of the paint. You need somebody who can shoot the ball.
Bro, you just said start Obi Toppin. He start all.
I mean, Obi looked good. I mean, why not? Start Obi.
Nah, you bugging.
They need space.
Not to be honest, I mean, I don't blame you for even saying that. I mean, I don't see it happening, but I get it because you want to bring the center out because Capella is always gonna have an extra double team because our centers are liabilities on offense unless it's Taj directly under the rim.
Yo, bro, I watched the Clippers game yesterday. They had Nick Batum at center.
He was out. It works for them with a small ball because they could spread the floor more, and it allows Kawhi and PG get in the basket more and do what they want.
It's called adjustments, bro. Tibbs gotta wake up, cut this little. Well, if it ain't fixed, if it ain't broke, I ain't gonna try to change it to fix it. You gotta cut it out.
Hey, but that worked against Dallas because Dallas is the jump shooters. Right, Dallas doesn't present. Dallas doesn't have a Clint Capella. They have tall dudes that shoot threes. They don't protect the rim. Just to say do what Dallas did, it won't be fair. But I understand the logic though. The thinking is make adjustments based on the personnel that's on the floor. So I agree with State there. But I don't say just do it because Dallas did it at center. You know what I'm saying? Because they have
someone sounds very like static. I think it's you, State. Mute yourself when somebody's talking.
For every counter.
Yeah, I think that's a good example. I mean, just to show how it does work, because I definitely think that would be something that would work, and it would allow, like, I guess if we still, which I don't think he's gonna change the starting lineup. I'll be surprised if he does, but if he does do that, it allows Rose for more space in the paint, and when he actually does a pick and roll, because we know Obi loves those picks, it'll actually work, and he'll be fast enough to get to the correct spot and score the basket. And then he could do the same with Randall. That they could all shoot, they could all attack if they really wanted to. The only person that wouldn't attack on the court for real, if we have that lineup, is Reggie Bullock, and that allows for him to get more spot up shots.
You know what lineup that Tibbs didn't use against the Hawks that I've seen? Like I haven't seen him use this lineup in a while, and I forgot what game I seen this lineup in. But that lineup, I think, outscored the opponent by like 20 plus points. Why I haven't seen a lineup of Randall, Taj, Bullock, Frank, RJ Barrett. Why I haven't seen that lineup this whole series. So you can have you can have Frank and Bullock on the wings, and you can have RJ on the ball and Randall on the ball, and now they both got space. I don't understand why Tibbs ain't used that. I think the lineup that he used, though, wasn't Randall. It was Obi Toppin and Taj. But why he can't like switch it up, bro?
I don't know. Frank definitely deserves more minutes.
There's literally a sample size of Frank slowing down Trey. It's not hope or pie in the sky. There's real sample size, but he's not giving it a chance. It's frustrating.
Yeah, I definitely don't like that he just puts him in. Like last game, he put him in for 20 seconds again at the end of the second quarter. Like, I definitely think that if he
Yeah.
wants to do that in general, he should play him like 5-6 minutes, put him in that lineup, because that lineup he actually works well in, because that got everything you need, kind of. Like they all do
Yeah.
their own thing in a way, and it just flows well. Like we seen
Because
it during the normal games.
Great point, Hadouken. Because I just quickly want to say this: you're admitting that he is effectively. You think he can effectively get a stop by putting him in the 30 seconds in the first half or in the end of the game. So you're admitting that he can be effective, but then you're not trying him anywhere outside of that. It makes no sense.
Yeah, I just don't understand why he hasn't tried out Frank at all, besides those seconds. Because I mean, we've seen how he's stopped effective point guards and made it like no one that we're playing right now is really disrupting him at all. Why not try Frank? Because he at least tries to disrupt it in a way, especially because of the way he's touchy. Pause. With the way he's touchy, he gets a lot of unfair, I think, touchy foul calls. But since it's the playoffs, you see a little less. But I definitely
He got long
think
arms too.
that it would. Yeah, I definitely think that it would help 100% to at least try and stop him a little. Try stopping him going to his right, force him go a little more to his left, like we did in the second game. In the fourth quarter, you saw Trae Young struggle, and he was going more towards his left, and we haven't seen that since that.
I don't think that's gonna happen because Leon Rose never drafted Frank. So Frank is a man on his own island. Like nobody want to mess with Frank, sadly.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
and I think Tibbs's philosophy is he's not that he's not against change or adjustment, but he doesn't believe the playoffs is a time to experiment. He knows what's produced for him, and he's not going to take that gamble. He's going to try what got him there.
Yeah, and
he literally made the biggest adjustment all year in the playoffs for playing Derrick Rose in the starting lineup.
That's a different thing, I think, anyway, because that was a move that after the second game and we just fell behind, there was too much of a sample size of a slow start.
He definitely panicked, and the adjustments that the way we're trying to say is that mid-game adjustments and adjustments you see after. How do you change? Like how McMillan has been changing up the way he's defending Randall. I mean, he's got whatever he has in store for that. And then, I mean, Tibbs said after the game that nothing is off like his mind for adjusting.
And I think Elf's body language contributed to that. He was taking plays off. He was getting to the point where he was just completely tuned out, and it was detrimental to the team. As proof by his mum, posting stuff as well. I mean, we're not in the locker. We're not in the locker room, so I can only assume Tibbs's hand was forced. He just had no choice but to take Elfrid out.
Yeah,
he was probably sitting in the corner of the locker room while the whole squad was getting fired up to start the game.
Yeah, and Tibbs was saying that he's like, someone asked if Obi's gonna get more minutes because he's been looking good in the next game, and he said nothing is off limits. So I wouldn't be surprised if he changes something up.
Can't do nothing, bro. He said nothing.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see someone off the bench come play, like a Frank or Knox for a few minutes.
I don't believe Tibbs. I don't believe him. Tibbs is like, he's a guy. He's 63 years old. He talks coach talk, coach speak. He says stuff in the media that's regular. And come on, dog. Now you want to think about everything is on the table after you got your butt spanked 2 games straight. You didn't think about that after game 1. Come on, dog.
Okay, let me. I'm gonna throw something down here real quick. I'm gonna give a Freezy story real quick. Not too long. In high school, my coach used to run, in football, we used to run the wing tee. The wing tee is a running offense. The first year we ran it, got us to the one game before the state championship. We lost. ran it the next year and the next year to the point where all they did was put 8 guys in the box, 9 guys in the box. And you would hear the parents, you would see it in the papers like, yo, they got to do something else. They got to run something else. They got to at least throw the ball a few times a game to keep it honest. Our coach did that my whole high school career. We never made it to the championship because he wouldn't adjust what worked for him. The first year we had 3 running backs to go over 1,000 yards. 3. And so he's like, well, this is what we're going to do. Tibbs is the same way. Like, yo, we've gotten here playing this way. I trust this guy. I trust that guy. I ain't really sure about him. I'm not really sure about him. I know I'm not playing these guys. Like, you're never going to see Theo Pinson in the game. You're never going to see Jared Harper in the game. And you're not going to see Kevin Knox in the game. Right? Tibbs has his philosophy. He has his the way he wants to do things. I know it's frustrating for us as fans because we see where, yo, you could do this, you could do that. You could play this guy more. You should be able to adjust the lineups this way. Tibbs is not going to do that. Like my man just said, he's 63 years old. Tibbs said all of the right things to get the job. I've learned how to do this. I've learned from this. Tibbs ain't did none of that sugar honey iced tea yet.
Preach, brother.
You know what I mean?
Brother.
We could have picked up another point guard for this situation right here, because you had to know at the beginning of the season, Elfrid Payton was not the guy. But
nope,
we don't have another quote unquote point guard to go to. Y'all say Frank, but obviously he don't trust Frank enough to do that. You understand what I'm saying? We're gonna have to take whatever happens the next game, take that little bit of medicine and get better for next year. What we're suggesting, what we're saying, we're gonna go around in circles. We're gonna bite each other's heads off. But Tibbs is who Tibbs is, and there's nothing we can do about that. That's my piece.
Yo, thank you, bro. Like, thank you, bro. I'm glad you said all that, because people be telling me, oh, Tibbs is going to do this, Tibbs is going to do that. I'm tired of saying what Tibbs is going to do. Tibbs is going to do whatever the hell he want to do, and that's that. So if he going to continue to play Bullock and Burks and keep putting the same dudes on Trae Young, be my guest. But I see why Tibbs always got fired at his previous stops. He can't adjust. It's just not him. You can't do it.
Yeah. And he even says, to your point, he even says the playoffs are completely different. Yet he'll rock with only what got him
Nurse.
there.
Yo, Nurse, can you mute yourself when you're not talking? Because you giving us buffering like crazy.
Yeah, I think you're good. Yeah, he'll rock with what only got him to the playoffs, but he'll admit that the playoffs are different. You know, different intensity, game planning, all of that. My biggest disappointment is the 7 days we had off. It didn't look like we used the 7 days to do anything other than practice. Whereas it really looked like Atlanta made some plans in that period.
They were too busy doing interviews with the Breakfast Club and they got caught up in the limelight.
Yeah, good point.
Well, who was the guy that beat Anthony Joshua for the title? The kind of heavyset guy. I can't remember his name right now.
Andy Ruiz.
Andy Ruiz was ready for that. Like, he was ready for that. But the next fight, he looked like a tomato can.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're not supposed to be somewhere. You're trying hard to prove that I should be here. And then once you get there, you kind of get lax, like, this is the promised land, and it really isn't. Me personally, if my back is against the wall, I'm doing everything. Because if I'm in a fight, I don't care. You can call me the ball grabber, because I'm grabbing your balls. If I'm losing, I'm biting you on the neck. I'm trying to poke you in. I'm trying to do whatever it is to win. So if that means, I think Knox should play some minutes. Why? Because if they're putting Trey Young on Reggie Bullock, Kevin Knox is 6'11". Kevin Knox shoot. What is he supposed?
Kevin Knox is not 6'11".
Yo, this guy is preaching. Oh my God, I'm glad.
How tall is Kevin Knox?
This guy's on fire. This guy's on fire. Continue, brother.
Someone just said Kevin Knox is not 6'11". How tall is he?
He's 6'7".
Kevin Knox is 6'10". He's taller than RJ Barrett. RJ Barrett is 6'7". He's
6'10". Knox is 6'10".
Look up his listed height one time.
Put him in the post. Try anything. I mean, it's not gonna hurt. Only thing you have to lose is the game. That's it. You'll find out what you got. You never know what you have until you give it a shot. I know it's the dog.
I like that move, but I think I'd be happy. I think he may try just Obi at the 4, Randall 5 small ball, and I'd be happy with that adjustment. I think we're back at home. I don't think he's going to go too crazy and try too many different things at this stage.
Got to, bro. He got to.
We don't know.
I have a question. So my question is, if we get eliminated on any game, I want you guys to call it, like, let's say if we get eliminated on game 5, what would you call that? Disappointed?
Hey, what's up, brother?
If we get eliminated on game 6, what would you call that?
Man, you?
What's up?
Yes, sir.
What word would you guys call it if we get eliminated too early, like game 5?
It'd be a big disappointment for me.
Me too. That's why I feel like right now we should be at least not letting them win 3 games at home. So, because it's going to be a different conversation if we get eliminated in this game than, let's say, if we lose in Atlanta, or maybe we win one in Atlanta and we lose at home. Because, again, the fan base doesn't believe in us. I believe in my team. I believe we could take one game at a time. So, game 6, for example, I'll say we're disappointed for game 5. Game 6, what will you call it if let's say, we make it to game 6? We force a game 6, but it's Atlanta. We got to steal one game from their home team.
I'd be less disappointed. I'd be less disappointed. I think.
Come on, give me a better word. You're the Australian. You're with the beautiful language. Come on, give me another one.
I mean, I'm not going to say satisfied, but I'm gonna be accepting.
Accepting.
Yeah, because I'll tell you what.
I want to change the conversation to it, just like going hard on our guys, So
yeah, because game 1, right? Everyone knows in a series, game 1 is the game where it's easiest to pinch, and we lost by 2 points with 0.9 seconds left. So if we don't lose another home game, I'm okay with that, But right. we got to force a game 6.
So okay, we don't make it. Let's say that we don't make it on game 7. What would that be? Let me see the chat, because the chat might have.
Regardless, we're losing the series, but it would be. How about grit? Because you show some grit by.
I really don't know how to spell grit, so please forgive me.
Grit.
Yeah.
All right, so I was right. Okay.
But to be honest, I'm not disappointed at the season, because some people might be mistaken in the chat, because some people might think we're talking about disappointed in the season. I'm not disappointed in the season. I'm disappointed in the way we played in the playoffs. That's what I'm
definitely.
disappointed in.
That's my point.
If we win another one, I'll be more happy that we went out in a better way than losing 4-1 to a team. Any extra games we could win, because they've been saying the last few days that they believe that they could win and take it game by game. And if they really do, we gotta see what they do. Because
Hadouken,
I think they could win one more game.
Let's say, Hadouken, that we win game 7. What would you call that? And how do? Because that's the thing too.
Game 7, it's streaking time.
It's Z's gonna streak. Z's gonna streak. Z is for the streets.
Even if you
win game 7.
Even if you just get into game 7, you should be happy I mean, I'm not happy we went down 3-1. I think we deserve to be down 3-1 because of the way we've been playing. But if we come
Yeah,
back,
it'd be
it will be
an
like,
all-time comeback.
yeah, it will be an
But
all-time
but
comeback.
there was a reason. But Hadouken, there was a reason
Especially
why.
3-1.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but
I'm
there was a
happy,
reason why we won
but at
it.
the same
Home court.
time,
That's how I
yeah,
feel.
don't go out like a sucker, man. He
We
going
can't.
out like a sucker.
We had such a great season. And I don't want us to end it a 4-1. I want us to at
Word.
least get 2. I want us to be respectable in the way I see it too, because 4-1 is
Okay,
not.
so hold on.
Not
Let me
that
just say, Menshaw is going to the hater awards.
Another thing,
Menshaw's
you
a
know,
hater.
you learn a lot
We just
about
caught
this
another
team.
one.
Like you learn a lot about
Caught
a team
another
in the
hater.
playoffs.
Fucking
And and what I'm learning, we need a dynamic guard.
Yes.
Somebody dynamic. I'm willing to give up both first round picks for that dynamic guard. Because let's be honest,
I think
Tibbs ain't
anyone
playing no
is.
damn rookie. Tibbs ain't playing no damn rookie.
What do you think about the State? What do you think about the Colin Sexton rumors?
You know, wait, hold on. State is
He
driving
wants
the
him.
Colin Sexton train. Like I don't.
I already know he wants him.
Oh, I was just asking for the conversation, man. I haven't talked to State in
I've
a
been
while.
said, look, listen. If it was up to me, Kevin Knox would be packing his bags, and Obi might be packing his bags. If it was up to me, but if I'm the Knicks, I'm absolutely giving up that 2022 pick unprotected for a guard. You did, yes.
You see, I like Colin Sexton. I'm a fan of him, but I mean, I don't know if these rumors are true of him being like a bad teammate and stuff like
Fake
this.
news, bro. Fake news. How
Yeah,
he
but
gonna be a
that's
bad
what I'm saying.
teammate?
I don't think
There was
he really
rumors
is.
there was rumors back in the day that Derrick Rose was a bad teammate.
Thank you, bro. Like
There
I
was
mean,
rumors
he
that
kind of
Julius
did. He
Randle was
kind
a
of did
bad
say that he
teammate.
was a bad teammate. He said that he was kind of playing for the money at the same time and not really having his mind on the actual game.
I never read a
So that wasn't really like false.
So I think that's just slander. How we gonna slander Colin Sexton for not passing the ball to Dean Wade? When I'm watching
that's what I was saying when that came out. I'm like,
I was
bro,
about to say, yeah.
Have you seen
bro,
Kevin Love?
only player there that I think he could actually pass it was Darius Garland. That's the only respectable player I would have passed it to, but I would be fine with having him. He's also a defensive guard, and you know that will work well, and he's gotten a lot better. He's been good since he's been drafted. But that team is just trash.
Bro, you know what make me pissed off about Colin Sexton even more? He was one pick away, and we had we picked Kevin Knox. That's why I'm more annoyed about it. Like I need.
Yeah, but let that go.
You know, we could have had Shea Gilgeous too, because I heard a story that Shea Gilgeous' team last minute had a meeting with us and they were begging us to pick him and we didn't pick him.
But Hadouken, didn't you say you wanted De'Aaron Fox? Didn't you say you want De'Aaron?
Right, man. They got to give me a guard.
That's for trade, I will go for De'Aaron Fox if he's available. But
you convinced me on him. I like him a lot.
He would work perfectly in my opinion. But that's like a dream for me, a dream point guard because he does everything.
I'm gonna call Dolan after the season's over and let them know.
Fox isn't the greatest defender, but yeah, I'd like Fox.
He's a mid-level defender, but he's a mid-level three-point shooter too. But the thing about him that I like is that he has a lot of pace, he has good playmaking, and he can score. And he's clutch. He's been clutch in the crunch time when they needed big shots. So I mean, I like it if we would ever be able to do that. Because I heard rumors in the offseason that we were trying to trade for him, but then he signed his max, so that makes it tougher. That's kind of a pipe dream for me, if it happens.
So Hadouken, are you gonna pick up? Are we picking up the
team? So I'm gonna give y'all a couple examples, like Porzingis, James Harden. I wonder who's the next NBA team to trade a young guy who's going into their 4th or 5th year, who they don't want to pay. That's what the Knicks gotta pounce on that. I just don't know what guy that is.
Colin Sexton, you got Alonzo Ball.
Colin Sexton is a main one, especially because if they do get a top pick, they're gonna be loaded on guards. So that's why that rumor comes out a little more. Because if they do get Cade or they do get a Suggs, if they get that top 2, they could be packed in that area.
The same thing.
They're moving up
with New Orleans. They drafted Kira Lewis and they have Eric Bledsoe that they can't get rid of his contract. That's why they're not going to match an offer for Lonzo.
Yeah, I wanted Lonzo too, but I still would want him. he's definitely not gonna solve all our problems, but if we could get him, I would be fine with that because I advocated to trade for him at the deadline.
I want him, and I want to try to go to Orlando and get Jonathan Isaac for a 3 problem.
Yeah, I've heard that before too. The only thing I like that his defense because he's really good defender. He's young, and his scoring has started to expand before he got injured.
His shooting, he can
3-point
take the
shooting,
ball to the
yeah.
hole.
But the injury is the only thing that worries me. That's why I wouldn't.
He'll be
I don't know if I would really take the
ACL.
chance.
People come back from those now.
I know,
Yeah, but he has
but I
no.
don't even think they're gonna trade him. They have so many young guys. They gotta
They're
figure it
blowing
out.
it up. They said they
Yo,
were going
you
to trade.
want to know so crazy? You
What's
want to know
up?
so crazy? Orlando, or the Orlando Magic is like the perfect trade partner for the Knicks. Because it's 3 guys I see on the Orlando Magic that I would love on the Knicks. I would love Fultz. I wouldn't mind Fultz. I wouldn't mind Mo Bamba, and I wouldn't mind Jonathan Isaac. So
Mo Bamba is Mo Bamba from?
good
Isn't he from
trade
Harlem?
partner for the
He's from
Knicks.
Harlem,
That
right?
is the first team I
Yeah, he
probably
is.
call this offseason, honestly.
Yeah, like I said multiple times on my channel that I wanted Jonathan Isaac and I wanted Lonzo Ball. But regardless, we still got a playoff series to worry about. I'm not worried about the offseason until that comes.
Well, Julius Randle looked like he been on vacation the past 2-3 weeks, and people talking about they want to max him out. Hell no, I ain't.
I
maxing
never
out
wanted
people
to give him
that
a super
I
max.
watched Kevin Knox and Frank Ntilikina look like bum juice for 3 to 4 seasons, and people still think playing them's going to win the series.
It's not
hold
gonna
on.
lose,
It's not going to win the series, but
but it will definitely be an
But
adjustment.
it's a
to the
different
style.
body at the end of the
Thank
day.
you.
They athletes
People
at the end
kill
of the day.
Wait,
I don't
so
like the
Kevin
way.
Knox, wait, hold on.
I hope
Kevin Knox
they put
ain't gonna
Knox
be
and
better
Frank
than
out
Reggie
there.
Bullock in a couple years. That's what you telling me.
I literally,
That's what you telling me? You got the time stone?
I hope they put Knox and Frank out
So
there
you got
tomorrow
the
or
time
Wednesday
stone.
night. I hope they put them out there so you guys can see.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
we
But
but
can
it's
this is
not
the thing.
even.
Are
That's
you a Knicks
It's
corny.
fan
not.
or are
So
you
you're
not, Z?
rooting for him to fail.
Wait,
That's why I
not
can't
even
talk to some
that.
people
Wait, let me
about
say it.
You were rooting
It's
for Randall to fail.
No, I was not. He was bad last season. He stunk.
You were rooting
Put it in
for him to
context.
fail
He
this
was butt.
whole season, pretty much.
Randall
Yo,
was
Z,
butt
you are
cheeks
leading
last season.
the nominations. You are leading the nominations at the Hater Awards. You leading the
Randall was so
nominations right
garbage
now.
last season.
Don't
Don't
care.
get me started, brother. All right.
Nah, I
Don't get
know
me
you
started.
don't like. I know you don't like Knox and Frank and whatever, but it's if you're talking about adjustments and you have 15 people on the roster, if you do add someone else, if you don't see something is not working out and try something different at this point, and if
Thank
you
you.
do just put them
And,
out there, like
or
whether they do
Hadouken,
good or
if you
bad,
print
you at least
shirts,
tried something different.
if you print shirts
Yo,
that says
Genie, help.
Big 15 and you don't even use double digits, it's hypocritical.
Yeah, I do think we might. We're gonna see something different tomorrow.
I hope so, bro.
I hope
I'm
we
trying to
do.
win, bro.
What do you think? We'll see. You know, if one
starting
person has a
Alfred?
one guess,
We starting Alfred?
You see, I hope they do switch the starting lineup because I don't really. The thing for me is that with Rose starting, the only reason I wanted him to start is since you saw how the game before that he took out Alfred Payton in 3 minutes. For me, I was like, if he's just gonna have a quick trigger with EP, you might as well start D Rose. And the thing that D Rose would do is you would see him handling the offense more and him setting up the offense more. But with him starting, Randall has still been the one that has been running the offense, so it kind of defeated the purpose of starting him.
That
So he should go
right
back to the
there.
bench.
If you're gonna put Rose back on the bench, then I could see a possibility where you want to play Frank because
That's what I was saying for Frank.
Not Alfred.
Yeah,
Hey,
you put
so
Frank
just
into the starting lineup as a wing if you put Rose back to the bench because they don't want to play EP obviously anymore.
right. So the thing is, I think a few of y'all mentioned it, but like I was saying, man, y'all bring up good points, but you won't dive deep into why you said what you said. So I'm gonna just jump in real quick
Guys, the
about the
buffering is killing my ears. Can you tell him to mute himself? Because it's buffering so much.
He muted. Continue.
Hold on, let me see. Bam. How about that? Is that better?
Yeah, it's good now. It's good.
It's
Continue.
mostly the nurse.
So,
It's mostly the nurse.
right. So the thing I want to mention is that a few of y'all mentioned doing adjustments and bringing in Frank. I think the Frank adjustment, I think is this. If you bring in Frank, put him in a starting lineup, you can run him at point in transition, but not in the half court set. And I know that seems like it should be, what I'm saying, basic and relative, but I'm talking about on rebounds, right? Julius Randle give the ball up to Frank, so Frank can find the guy, right? And then in the half court set, let Julius do his work, right? That way you save Julius Randle's legs for the end of the game. That way he can hit shots in the clutch if you need him. It also, and Frank is a better passer than Julius Randle, right? And at the thing that I think CT might have mentioned, and I'm sorry, I had machinery going, so I couldn't hear it completely. But I think what we can do is in the half court set, where the Hawks used to hide Trey Young on Reggie Bullock, they can't hide him on Frank. So Frank is probably the best guard in the post in terms of getting post looks and post shots. So if you have Frank post up Trey Young, you don't even have to get baskets in that situation. But just making Trey Young work on defense takes away some of his legs for later on in the game. And I know that sounds kind of productive, but say Frank Ntilikina going say two for 4 or 2 for 3 on Trey Young post ups throughout the course of the game benefits us because that takes some juice out of Trey Young's legs in the fourth quarter. Yeah, y'all get what I'm saying with that?
Yeah,
And
that's
Frank,
a good point.
I
yeah,
completely agree. And
and Frank is the best post up guard on our roster. You know what I'm saying? I mean, even better than RJ or Burks. Frank will get a guard down there, and not only can he pass out of the post, but he can score down there on that turnaround to his right hand.
And to your point, Freezy, I was saying when we put Rose in the starting lineup, that was when we needed Frank to fill some minutes because of the reason why Rose was playing more minutes. You needed someone just to fill in just that little bit,
for a
just
breather.
6 to 8 minutes for a breather, and at least he brings the defense as a substitute for those minutes that Rose isn't on.
Yeah,
But
and no,
Game
no.
3 was a missed opportunity. I think Frank's played. Yeah, he's played only 30 seconds, but he's played in every game except Game 3, and I was surprised why he didn't even get on the court.
Yeah, I completely agree. Like Freezy, like I also was trying to mention this earlier, how if we do that, yeah, you could give the ball a little to Frank to bring it up. He's not obviously the best dribbler, can't really do that type of stuff the most, but I would really use him as a wing, and I would give RJ the ball so we could start getting him some picks, and then he could get him some mismatches so he can be effective and drive and get those mismatches and score because he doesn't get a lot of post ups, but when he does get post ups, he scores effectively upon it. So I definitely think that would be a good thing to try, and I think we should have been doing that since
Right.
Alfred has been gone.
Right. The thing we should have been doing the most is making Trey Young work on both ends of the floor. You know what I'm saying? But instead he's had his energy focused all on the offensive end. And it's the same thing with Clint Capella. We don't post up Clint Capella to make him work, right? You know, have y'all noticed that Clint Capella has not played post defense on a man all series? He's zoned up all series, box to box to free throw line, playing a triangle, right? And the thing about that is we don't have a post up big, but at least we should at least force him to think about, man, maybe the post up is coming. He's been like um um he's been the Ronnie Lott of their defense. All he does is play free safety until it's time to make a big play. He's been like the Earl Thomas. He's been like the Cam Chancellor, the what's the guy named?
Troy Polamalu.
Yeah, he's been the Palomalo of their defense, just zoning up. He's touching everybody that comes through until it comes time to make a big play, and then he'll do it. And he's not even tired in games, and that's a frustrating part.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
you
saying?
he's also not even getting tired out a lot too because we've seen Capella post up, not against our team, but he does post up and get those little hooks. But in our series so far, he barely scored in the first 3 games, and he finally scored double digits in the fourth. And he's getting most of his points from the pick and roll. He's not creating it for himself. He's not just posting up somebody, getting that little hook shot, or he's not really laying people up a lot. He's getting a lot of pick and roll possessions, like you saw Trey Young in last game when he kind of jumped out of bounds and got him that nice pass. But since Taj and his man were stuck on him, paying attention to him, that left Capella with an open layup and then a dunk. It was kind of multiple possessions in the first quarter.
Can I respond to D Grant?
Wait.
Go ahead. I was just gonna say this just real quick. So, man, we were at the game and Clint Capella and Taj Gibson took off to the paint at the same time. The speed difference between those two players is ridiculous. One looks like a high school dude with all the energy, and the other dude looks like an old man trying to get his game back. You know what I'm saying? Taj Gibson should not even be on it. Taj Gibson shouldn't even be getting minutes for us, bro. If Clint
another reason to blame Tibbs.
But why you blaming Tibbs? He didn't sign Taj Gibson.
Nah, you can't blame you can't blame.
That's
Tibbs
his
for
crew.
Taj
That's
being-
his crew. That's his honeymoon crew. He always brings his honeymoon crew.
Nah, but Noel and Taj kind of lack. Both of them lack in that type of thing, so you can't really blame him.
Taj has given us some hustle plays and got some offensive boards, but
Yeah,
definitely.
has left in the
We won
tank.
so many games because of him. So I'm never gonna take anything from Taj. The thing is, we saw this last year. That's my thing. That like half of our team is the same team, and all this time we've been giving a lot of credit to Leon Rose, a lot of credit to Tibbs, but it's the same team, and now we're showing that they didn't make a lot of moves during the playoff. We should not be depending on a 35-year-old Taj Gibson. That like nobody's doing that. Right. Nobody's doing that.
Right.
Only we are.
The point I was getting at is Clint Capella is not even the gold standard at center. You know what I'm saying? Joel Embiid, Karl Anthony Towns are the gold standard at center. And so an above average dude at Jokic too. Yeah. So this dude Capella is not even gold standard in the fact that a great rebounder center, but he's offensively he's nothing, right? The fact that Clint Capella is making our center look like trash is an indictment on what we have at center. Is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, we have.
Also, not forget that Nerlens Noel is hurt, and so is Mitchell Robinson.
Can I respond to D Grant? Because D Grant just blamed Frank for a 32-second play that Frank had. You can't blame Frank for that play. Yeah, you got to blame the coach for putting him in a position to lose. And where was Taj Gibson in that play on game one? Taj Gibson was standing in the line, looking at the play instead of letting Frank know that there was gonna be like somebody blocking him. So it's like, don't blame Frank for that. And D Grant, you're going to the hater list.
Hey,
yeah, I'll tell you what I would have done.
Andre Bryant said the Lakers depend on a 36-year-old LeBron. Oh, we can't compare LeBron James to Taj Gibson.
That's weak. That is weak. That is weak. That is weak. You're gonna compare LeBron, the guy that could go partying and he doesn't get suspended, with Taj Gibson? Come on, dude. He only get paid $1 million. You're sick. You're sick.
Because you put two names in the same sentence doesn't necessarily mean it's a comparison. He was using it as context. You're saying that they don't have anybody else that's 35 that gets depended on like Taj Gibson. He just brought up LeBron. I'm not saying.
But LeBron, come on. You
first of
all,
you being
a lawyer for that?
It's not a comparison. Do you understand context? It's context. There is another 35-year-old player out there that they depend on.
How many rings does Taj Gibson have? That's nonsense. That's nonsense.
I understand what y'all coming from, but the context is LeBron James is a freak of nature, and Taj Gibson is not. That's the context for that.
Now that I'll agree.
You know what I'm saying? LeBron James might be the greatest player to ever play a game, and he's 36. Taj Gibson is not. What I'm saying about Taj what I'm saying about Taj is Taj is good at certain things. Right? Taj is good at certain in his space, in limited space. Taj Gibson is as good as it gets in limited space, right? But the game is not played in limited space. It's 94 feet. You know what I'm saying? And Clint Capella in a race can beat Taj Gibson to the rim. And Clint Capella, with Taj on the pick and roll, Taj Gibson took off to the rim, right? Taj Gibson took off to the rim in the pick and roll. Man, Clint Capella had turned his hips, caught up to Taj, and blocked his layup off the backboard. That's context, bro. That's what I'm saying. I'm not knocking Taj for being a bad player. What I'm saying is Taj, man, is not it right now, and he may not ever be it again. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
I'm not knocking Taj.
He's our backup.
Yeah.
If Mitch didn't go down, we're not relying. Taj is in his normal role, which is spot minutes off the bench.
Healthy, Taj Gibson wouldn't play a minute.
Yeah, it's not. We're not even putting the blame on him. It's just like to the chat. We're just showing the liability we have at the center.
Also, can I say something about like going back to the Taj Gibson conversation that like Taj is part of
needs to be
Taj. Nah, but Taj is part of the NBA that is retiring. Like Taj is actually it's commendable that he's still playing at that age. But you have the Ja Morant NBA, which is the young guys like Zion, like RJ. You have the the draft picks from before that, which is like Jordan Clarkson. I'll say Julius Randle. You know, like a lot of the old school guys are not here anymore. Like the people that got drafted with Taj, I'm pretty sure he's like one out of like 47 that already retired. So when a young guy looks at Taj, they're like, when Trae Young looks at Taj, even I saw Trae Young talking crap to Rose, disrespecting Rose, talking him down like what was it? Because I have NBA leagues, so I could go back in the game and everything. He said, "You're washed." He literally said that to Rose. And that's how a lot of the young guys see Taj, and I'm not saying Rose because Rose is unbelievable. Like, God bless this guy. But like, we got to realize that there's a lot of younger legs out here. We got to realize that there's guys that look up to, obviously LeBron, but they look up to Steph Curry the same way. So we should not be competing with that. And again, bad management.
Who said he was washed?
It's not bad management. It's injuries. If Nerlens Noel and Mitchell Robinson were not hurt, Taj Gibson wouldn't play. He did not play when both of them were healthy on the floor.
Okay, then why pick a nervous Pell that's just going to sit on the bench? Like, why do we have seven Teo Pinsons? Look, we have seven Teo Pinsons in this car. We have Teo Pinson. We have Frank Teo Pinson. We have Knox Teo Pinson. Harper Pinson. We have can you guys help me? Knox Pinson. Like, how many Pinsons do we need? Are we gonna form the Rockettes in the bench? What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing?
More than 10 people in the playoffs. Show me one team that plays more than 10 people in the playoffs.
Bro, but we are a joke to have a cheerleader in the bench. What's the point of having a cheerleader?
Every team.
Oh man, you just tips hives. You just tips hives. Like, come on, man. You can bring a better argument. You like to blame the guys, but it's like you're not coaching. Not good coaching, bro.
Every NBA coach plays 9 to 10.
Yo, I said it before. Tips is Mark Jackson. Okay, Mark Jackson. Tips is gonna build the base. He's gonna build you the first floor, and he's gonna do the plumbing, the electricity, everything. But he's not gonna be there when the World Trade Center is opening. He's not gonna be the guy he's not going to be the one cutting the ribbon, and I don't think so. I'm sorry, Z. I'm blowing your high, but that's
you're not. You're just making no sense. No team, no coach goes more than 9 deep, 10 deep.
Well, you know what? You make no sense when you prefer that. Like when you're saying you're actually betting on our guys to not succeed. So you're the one that make no sense because you're in the Knicks fan base, but you're a big hater. And I already peeped you.
How am I a hater?
You're a hater, bro. You saying, "Oh, I can't wait until they play Knox and Frank, so you guys, so you could come here and brag that I was right. I was right." What's the point, bro? Put some
Everyone can have their opinions,
team, bro.
you know.
You literally sit there and you can't go more than 9 to 10 deep. No other coach does it. No team does it.
But
why are you asking our
it's
team
not
to do
gonna
something
happen.
so stupid?
talking to you is kind of S.
You literally
Look.
said that Tibbs doesn't do well against black coaches, and you're calling me stupid.
All right, let's not go back.
Slow down, guys.
Just
This is about to.
I didn't really mean that. I just knew that was gonna trigger you because you triggering me. So
Yeah,
I was trying to trigger you.
okay.
That was I don't believe that.
I hear the points both of you are making, and I think Nick Gass is just saying, we have some roster spots. The front office needs to get some talent that can play, and I think Tibbs is
when
notoriously.
they get that talent, they'll still go 9 deep or 10 deep.
Yeah. That's the part where you're correct
that's
too.
Factual.
But that's correct. But also, I think what he's trying to say is if you have more talent, like let's say Atlanta's roster, they have Tony Snell. That yes, he doesn't play, but if he has to play, he can give you more.
Good when he plays.
We have about 6 projects on the roster that don't get the minutes to develop, and then also they're just going to get moved on. So it's like, what are you doing with them?
You can't rely on projects in the playoffs, CT.
Yeah, but all throughout the season is the opportunity to try them.
Did they play? You act like they didn't play at all in the regular season.
Bro,
they had moments where they played.
Bro. Wait. What is your take right now? Because they ain't getting no damn opportunities, bro. Like
Kevin Knox was part of the rotation until he lost the spot because he sucked.
Knox, I don't agree with that. The Knox one is Kevin Knox played pretty good for a good portion, and then he went on a little cold streak, and they took him out completely.
Bro, stop giving takes. Bro, stop. Let me just say this to you and say this to other Knicks fans. Stop giving takes off emotion because you can hear the IQ in the take. Please stop. Stop. Reggie Bullock, stop. Just saying Kevin Knox sucked. That's not a good take, bro. We not here to crap on Knicks players, bro. We trying to win the damn game, bro. Come on, bro. Like that's what Freezy be talking about with the negative stuff. Like people killing stop that, bro. Come on.
Simply every coach just has their favorites, and whatever Rivers did pissed off Tibbs, and he never saw the light of day again. And it happens in every ball club. Now Montrezl Harrell's frustrated. He tweeted like he's wasted time is the most frustrating thing to him, and it's literally
Markieff Morris. That's all.
Yeah, to Z's point, there's like 9 spots or 10 spots where people can play, and the other players are just feel like they're not doing anything. Yeah,
that kind of is what that kind of leads to.
My thing is like the frustration I have is we've used these 2-way spots for many years now, and end of the roster spots to develop some players, but it's just it's a cycle every year. Oh, we're gonna give this guy some opportunity, but they never actually come. They never eventuate anywhere. Next year.
This take is. You know why that take is so spot on, brother? Love the take that you just said. The Knicks will never take the time to find a Fred VanVleet. They'll never take the time to find a Pascal Siakam because they like signing these 1-year journeyman vets and depend on them instead of depending on the young guys. That's how you build a roster. You want to trade Kevin Knox? You got to play him. You want to trade Frank Ntilikina before the trade deadline? You got to play him. You can't trade 1-year mercs. And that is the problem I've been having with the Knicks for years. Burks and Bullock about to walk. What's the next move? Please, somebody tell me, because I'm confused. We wasted time, Kevin Knox time all season with Bullock and Burks. All I heard was Bullock was playing better. Okay, now Bullock is wet in the bed. Now you're going into offseason with a huge question mark on your wing spot. Now you don't even know what Kevin Knox could give you. Prime example. But no, let's keep signing journeyman vets. Let's keep killing Kevin Knox.
This offseason is going to be very important. And this offseason, I'm going to judge the Bros and the whole entire team, like with everything, every single move they do or don't make. I'm judging them because I judged them a bit in the deadline, but I couldn't judge them in the last offseason. I wouldn't blame anyone for not coming here. We had to get out for Payton.
Just to your point, when they do it, they like Trier, for example, they give him all the run possible, but out of the blue they just throw him in the doghouse where
There was a
where
hit
you were trying to develop him, and then all of a sudden you wasted the time.
Look up what he did, then you'll know why.
Yeah, Trey was a locker room cancer, bro.
Oh,
Trey went
Trey.
RJ
Yeah.
every single day. He hollered at Fizdale's wife. He did all sorts of stuff, and then they cut him, and that's why Alfred Payton hates RJ, because Alfred was Alonzo Trier's best friend. And now you notice Alfred and Julius don't have the same relationship they used to.
Yeah,
Alfred and Julius, yeah.
EP are always
so what happens, Z?
That's
Trier was
gossip.
close with
You're just
RJ.
a gossiper. That's gossip. Like yesterday, you said, "Oh, that Mitchell Robinson's 275 pounds." You just gossip. You just bring garbage from Twitter, and you just think that's a good
Right on your
analytics.
whiteboard, everything.
It's just
having trouble
Nick,
spelling,
yeah,
writing all that stuff. Don't worry about us.
Let's not go back to that. We
I heard about the Fizdale wife thing. I mean, I thought there's got to be something.
First brought on Ron's show that he was 272 pounds. I wasn't even the one that broke that news. First of all,
wait. So what is
It is true. You can ask Hector, my co-host, Hector Project Nerd. He was the one that told me about Alfred Payton's drama. He literally hit up Fizdale's wife, and he had problems with RJ and Julius. There was an actual truth behind that. You can look it up.
Yeah, I didn't know that part. I knew the Alonzo Trier and RJ thing was a problem before. I heard of it before. It just kind of came back into my mind when you said that.
What, did they beef, or Alfred beefed with Trier?
No, Alfred and Trier were really good friends, and they're still really close to this day. When they Trier, Alfred had a beef with that.
Yeah.
But why did he have a beef with RJ? I don't understand that part.
They thought Trier used to say that RJ was overrated and Randall sucked, so he went at him and called him soft and all that stuff. Sort of shades of what Jimmy Butler did in Minnesota.
Sounds like TMZ right now. TMZ Sports.
Just keep writing on your damn whiteboard. Make sure you spell everything right.
Oh yeah. Go smoke another pack.
How to spell words.
Being a hater, bro.
All right. Okay. So let's say we win the next game, because I don't know. I didn't have a feeling we were gonna win last game. I was just not confident in the last game. I had no confidence at all. It was just worrying to me. But I kind of do have confidence in this next game. I feel like we could take this game, especially I know they won one at home, but I see them talking about it and the way they look. They really look like they really feel like they could come back. Not just that they're saying they can come back. I feel like they could get one more game, and if they do get game 5, how do you feel like they're gonna approach game 6 and 7?
Well, but they probably the same way they'll approach game 5. If they have nothing to lose, their back's against the wall, they're gonna play more loose, more free, because they're not gonna be as tight because they know they're going home more than likely anyway. So they might as well give it their best shot. It's really you never underestimate a team with nothing to lose, and also let's not forget Atlanta does not know how to close out a series. This is their first playoffs too.
Yeah, that's the point I made as well on another show yesterday, and I want to compare this to the game of tennis as well, right? Yeah, you have your 2 games at home. You're the home team. You got to hold serve. We lost one game by under a go-ahead bucket in the last possession. Atlanta haven't done anything else. If we win our next one at home, then it's on to their serve until we have to break serve to win one in Atlanta.
I know we're not the same team as Denver, but what did they do last year twice?
Yeah, I know that.
It can be done.
No, I understand, because a lot of people have been saying that, and the 3-1 the Warriors dropped and OKC, whatever. It's definitely always going to be a slight chance that it happens. But to me, the thing that will really make me feel like we could actually come back is if we blow them out next game. Because if they blow them out next game, it kind of makes them worry a little. And they don't know how to go through these types of things yet. They haven't really faced adversity in this playoff series, and we have, being down 3-1. So I feel like that's an upper hand for us. 100%.
There's so many haters in the building. I don't even have space anymore for the haters.
Just because people laugh at your takes doesn't mean they're haters.
Oh wait. See, continue.
So yeah, there's one matchup that will just equalize the series, and you got to cut the head off of the snake. We slow Trey down, and their team is just the same as our team. You know, role players. You know, our guys actually produce, and it's a whole different, result. So I don't get, people say it's 3-1. The series is not as lopsided because you don't just evaluate what happened in Atlanta. You evaluate all the games, and so far Trey's produced in every game. We neutralize that matchup, and then it's 50-50.
Yeah, to me
Even don't neutralize it. If our players would just do what they're supposed to do and hit the shots they're supposed to hit, that we'd be up 3-1 right now.
I completely agree with you. I was gonna say that to me, so their shooting is the main thing that's been hurting us. Not really Trey. Trey to me, no matter who we're playing, their best players can do good. But you gotta stop the other players. You could let him have his because he's always gonna have his. He's the star player. We've been letting every single person on their team go off. They had one person not go in double digits in their 9-man lineup, and they got 9.
It's because he helps them.
Yeah,
like he gets
his
them
vision.
involved. His game does everything for them, which is why I thought, like, I agreed with your take after game 2, but I think now trying to that strategy of letting Trey beat you and cut everyone else out, that doesn't work either, because if he's getting involved, then he's getting others, making them better.
Mm-hmm.
So you be physical with Trey, you slow him down, and make him work on defense, and that limits all the impact he has.
That's why I think that I feel like we should try to limit the others, because the main thing that's really been killing us is the shooting, especially when they shot 60%. Every single time we cut back into a lead, it's been mainly in our second lineup, but as soon as we cut back into a lead, you see them hit multiple threes in a row. Like last game, we let them go on a 9-0 run within like 20 seconds. And it was all because they did like some pump fake 1-dribble 3 times in a row. And our problem has mainly been missing shots. I know they've changed the defense to try to go at Randall, but we had so many opportunities. Like game 2, the first half, the Hawks shot 46% from the field. We shot 27. And then we kind of flipped positions. The second half, we shot very well, and they just couldn't hit anything.
Right.
And then this whole series, they've been hitting all their shots. We got to try to stop those. We got to play better defense on the perimeter. We can't give up shots, and we can't fall for pump fakes. When we're going at Trey Young, I don't see, like, sometimes we go at him with too many players, and they don't fully commit. And then that leaves the other players open, and it just leads to bad defense and good offense for them.
But the thing is, too, with all that being said, with letting Trey Young go off with CT, that strategy doesn't work, which, pretty much whatever, it's pick your poison with the Hawks, because they have knockdown shooters. So either you let Trey Young go off, or you try to stop him and he kicks it out to the open shooter. But still, it's not like Freezy said earlier, it's not like we're giving up 120 points a game.
Yeah, it's still below what we usually
We're
give.
still holding them.
Only one game they've really scored like above 110. They've been basically
exactly. So we're keeping ourselves in it. We need to execute and make our shots offensively. And I'd like to see us gamble in the passing lanes a little bit more. We're letting them have wide open passing lanes. If we try to cut off once or twice, pick the right time to gamble, we can get in the passing lanes, get some easy transition buckets too.
Yeah, the reason why game 1 was the closest game, right? Well, outside of game 2, but game 1, we stayed home on the shooters. We let Trey get into the paint with the floater, and that's a 2-point shot. And our offense was a
shot for him.
Yeah,
so it's crazy.
It is, but our offense was efficient that game, and it was an even game all game long. The other games blew out because we overcommitted. The shooters got hot, and we didn't stay home on the shooters. Our rotations were poor. Now, I think our best strategy is to stay at home on the shooters. If Trey gets the floater or a layup, so be it. It's 2 points. We got the other end, and we do our offense. That way the game's slowed down.
Yeah, CT, that's totally a great strategy. Just the thing is, we still would have. It still all comes back to we have to execute on the offensive end.
Yeah, that's true. Exactly.
That
And
game one always
there's an element which Z you'll see. You know, the game within this game of this series has been that Atlanta have got their defense set quickly, and also they know we were a strong defensive team, so they're pushing the ball up quickly, and they're getting a lot of points before our defense, is scrambling back. And they knew this. You'll see Trey will always push it off of a make or a miss, and Bogdanovic, they'll push it. And most of our guys like Nerlens Noel and Taj Gibson are barely at the halfway mark when they're pushing it past them. And then the shooters are in position. The rest of our other defenders are scrambling. So I say all that to say that, in playoff basketball, you have to get back quickly and set your defense. And if you want easy buckets, you have to be the one to push it as well. And Rose can run, but the others just haven't pushed it on offense. I think, we're playing this slow, methodical, every basket's a difficult, it's a difficult possession.
That's a great point. I want to just say something. I'm pretty sure we've all noticed this, but the thing that's made me mad most with Randall, besides him not playing like how he usually plays, is that when he's missing his shots, he's not even going back on defense. Like he's been lackadaisical on defense, and he's just been letting up open shots. Like that's one of the main things that pissed me off. Like, I know you're not playing a good game, but at least fight hard for defense. Like, don't let them get easy opportunities and then allow the help to come back, and then you have one open shooter.
Which he showed in spurts, right? I mean, I totally agree with you, but there also has been times where he guarded Trae Young extremely well in a mismatch.
Yeah, that's been mostly in the last game where he did that.
Right. No, I agree with you. I agree with you. I was just pointing out other things. Like, we got to, especially since we're all down in the dumps about this 3-1 thing, we got to bring up some positivity too.
Obi has been a positive for me 100%.
That's facts, man. Obi surprising.
Yeah.
So I apologize if I call you a hater. All right, you guys are not haters, but I do believe you guys are Knicks for clicks. And I'm writing your guys' name because I need to identify the people that right when we're in a bad position, you guys keep kicking our players when we're down. So you guys know who you guys are.
Knicks for clicks? What the heck's that supposed to mean?
Nah, and back
You're
to
the one that's begging for attention, putting all our names on a board and showing just that.
And the thing back to the Obi thing, he's really I've said this. I'm pretty sure if you were in the chat, I see a good amount of people here. Before the series started, we were talking about. I came up with a question of, who do you think, if they get minutes, is gonna surprise us in this playoffs? And I said I was the only one that said, I think it was me, and then G-Man said that I think Obi is gonna be surprising. And people were saying, nah, he's not gonna get minutes, but I'm like, nah, I'm pretty sure he's gonna get minutes, and if he doesn't, whatever. But if he does, he's gonna show out, and he's really been a positive from this playoffs.
Yeah. I think the biggest thing that's prepared. I'll quickly pass it to Z after this, but Obi was a focal point of his college team, and generally players that can carry their team have that mentality in them. Whereas, the reason why Kevin Knox hasn't been able to do it in the NBA is Kevin Knox was a role player on his college team.
Yeah, and we tried giving him a bigger role.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And those let me say this
little
one real quick. The thing that's been bothering, Obi has been playing great, and then we had Alec Burks just didn't trust him for some reason with the alley-oop, and then with that open three, and then we had Quickly. This one would Quickly really pissed me off, where Obi was wide open for so long for that lob, and he just didn't look at his direction at all.
Right.
We
there's a video on that.
To look at him more. Definitely.
Obi's been playing really free, and he's been doing an excellent job. No, props to him.
He plays really good when there's fans, because he's that type of player. I think
he's also doing what he's staying within his realm. I mean, you know what I mean. He's catching lobs.
He's not doing too much.
He's not trying to take too much and try to ISO or anything like that. He's just doing what he's supposed to do.
Yeah.
Just
and Trazy's in the building.
Yeah, man. Just real quick, the thing about Knox, I think, is overstated. So I live in South Carolina. right? And so I watched Kentucky play. The thing about Knox is Knox took on a huge role at the beginning of his freshman year with Kentucky, because they had a point guard named Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, right? And they had a two guard named Hamidou Diallo. They had an All-American caliber player, power forward, small forward, named Jared Vanderbilt, right? So they had a bunch of talent, but the backcourt itself was shaky, because the guy Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was not ready to play college level basketball, and he looked it. He looked like a deer in headlights, and not just against big schools, but any school. And so what would happen is Calipari would say, "Hey Knox, listen, hey Kev, listen, handle the ball. What we're going to do is handle the ball at top, run the screen and roll, right? And we want you to look for your shot first, and then get other people open, right?" And slowly, along, Kevin Knox would find Hamidou Diallo for lobs and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander going to the basket. And so slowly, this kid, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, started taking over point guard duties at Kentucky. He was their point guard, but he was very, very shaky in the beginning, right? And so after a while, teams figured out, like, hey, this dude, Kevin Knox, should be a first round caliber player, but he might be a top 10 pick. If he can handle the ball and has this, sweet looking shooting stroke, he might be something. And then Kevin Knox dunks in the Georgia game. And you're like, oh my God, this dude, Kevin Knox, he might be something special. And Calipari was like, whoa. He might be something special down the road, but don't think he's still got a long ways to go, right? Because he makes the splash play, and it makes you think like he's ready right now, but he's not ready right now. He'll make a splash play to let you see the hot upside that he may have in 4 or 5 years, but he's not ready, right? He's like the lobster bisque. You see them pull the lobster out of the tank, and you're like, oh my God, this is gonna be fantastic. Calm down. Yeah, calm down. He's not ready yet. You know what I'm saying? He's not ready. He's not ready. And so the Alabama game, Alabama forced the ball out of Kevin Knox's hands, and they gave it to SGA and Hamidou Diallo. Colin Sexton roasted SGA, right? Roasted SGA, but SGA made some good plays in that game, and he came along. This dude, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, was not ready at the time. The Clippers took a chance on him, knowing that he had upside sooner than later, whereas Knox had upside later than sooner, right? And so as Knicks fans, what we think is that Knox was not that guy, but Knox shows a lot of splash plays. That's the reason why he was a top 10 pick. You know what I'm saying? He showed all the things that you wanted in a modern small forward in the NBA. There's a decent amount of athleticism, the 3-point potential, the ball handling. The thing about that though is Knox wasn't ready then and is not ready now. And what delayed Knox's progress is that State of the New York Knicks podcast went out and hired the dumbest coach we ever seen in our life. You know what I'm saying? State of the New York Knicks podcast deserves all the blame for hiring David Fizdale, bro. Right? And not only did he hire the dumbest coach you ever seen in your life, he hired his buddy. The dumb coach hired his dumb buddy to tinker with people's shooting stroke. Right? So you got it's like one of those dumb buddy cop movies where the cops be Keystone Cops. Right? Why are you tinkering with Kevin Knox's shooting motion and you never, ever made a shooter in your life? Right? Keith Smart, when Keith Smart was the head coach of the Golden State Warriors, you heard of the Dry Brothers? They were the Dry Brothers.
Keith Smart leaves, and they're the Splash Brothers, bro. You know what I'm saying? So there were all of these things in line. Like, think about this now. Think about this. Keith Smart was the interim head coach of the Golden State Warriors, and y'all don't even remember. But he comes to New York and tinkers with everybody's shot. Right?
I had to change RJ's shot.
Right. He tinkered with everybody's shot, and Wayne Ellington shot the lowest percentage of his career here with the Knicks. And this year, I think he finished shooting like 43%. Right? The Knicks, 1 year, just one season after Keith Smart leaves, the Knicks are ranked 6th in 3-point percentage. Think about that. Remember when people used to call us the New York Knicks? Y'all remember when we were the New York Knicks, right? One season later, after this dude leaves town, we ranked 6th in the NBA in 3-point percentage.
Even Bullock was bad.
Right. And so what we think is yo, Knox is a bust, Frank is trash. What we need to do is realize that we've been hiring the wrong guys to nurture our babies. Like when y'all drop y'all babies off at the babysitter, y'all drop them off at a daycare, bro. Y'all don't drop them off at a bar. Think about what I'm telling you. When you drop your babies off, when you need somebody to watch your babies, you drop your babies off at a daycare. You drop them off at a school where they can learn. You don't drop them off at a bar with dudes being there drinking all night long, all kind of people in there. You don't do that. That's what the Knicks did. And it's a shame that Hornacek, who could develop players, didn't get the chance to develop anybody because he was constantly getting stabbed in the back by Kurt Rambis, who had the worst win percentage in Minnesota Timberwolves history, bro. Think about how trash the Timberwolves are. Think about how trash the Timberwolves are, bro. And he was worse than any coach they ever had. But he was telling Hornacek what to do. As the assistant, Kurt Rambis was like, nah, man, Phil told me to tell you to do this. He in a timeout trying to run stuff. And Rambis is like, no. I got it from upstairs. Phil wants us to do this.
Remember when Phil tried to hire Kurt Rambis, like as the head coach?
Right. We were going to revolt.
The triangle.
Wait a minute. The worst franchise in NBA history by win percentage, right? The Minnesota Timberwolves, by win percentage, they're the worst franchise in NBA history by win percentage. The one guy who was worse than any coach they ever had was Kurt Rambis, and he was here trying to develop Frank Ntilikina. Think about what I'm telling you, bro. Frank Ntilikina came here as is that what you wanted Frank to be?
Ooh.
Is that what you want? And then Kurt Rambis, think about this. Kurt Rambis and the Timberwolves drafted a player named Brandon Roy and was like, nah, we're going to trade him on draft night.
Go.
They traded Brandon Roy on draft night, right? And all these years later, y'all are looking at Frank Ntilikina like Frank Ntilikina is a bust. You know why Frank ain't developed? Do you know why Frank hadn't developed? Because you had the worst people in the NBA developing your babies.
Yep.
Right? Instead of dropping your babies off at daycare or at school, you drop them off at the bar and wonder why they are drunks. Right? Come on, bro. Come on. Now think about this just for a minute. You hire Tom Thibodeau, right? You hire Tom Thibodeau. And Tibbs brings along the rookies slow. He don't throw them to the wolves. Throwing them to the wolves is the worst thing you could ever do to a baby. Who throw their babies to the wolves, bro? You don't throw your baby. Nobody throws babies to the wolves. What are y'all trying to do? Make the wolves fat?
That's a fact.
The wolves don't even have to hunt no more because y'all throwing y'all babies to them, right? Come on, don't do that, bro. The thing with y'all are like, man, the demeanor of Obi Toppin and Emmanuel Quickly, they don't look shook in the playoffs. You know why? Because Tibbs brought them along, real slow. Like when y'all was like, oh, we need more minutes. Yo, we know Obi need more minutes, bro.
No
But
pressure.
we don't want to. But we don't want to throw him to the wolves. Now look at what Obi looked like in the playoffs, right? Obi looked like he belonged. We developing these cats slow, right? All I'm saying, I said all of that to say this, right? Kevin Knox is not a finished product. We know that, right? Kevin Knox is going to be something in his second year under Tibbs. Frank Ntilikina will be back because the Knicks fans love Frank, right? Whether Frank is the most polarizing player on the roster. Y'all think it's Julius Randle? Nah. You mess around and let Frank get offers from other teams and see what happened. We see what happened in New York. People love Frank. People hate Frank and people love Frank, right? So when
you think he's back? Do you think Frank's back for sure?
Bro, you know what they could have done? You know what they could have done at the trade deadline? Instead of trading Ignas Brazdeikis, who had another year remaining, or he didn't have another year remaining, but he was a free agent. They could have traded Frank, right? Because they were in the same situation. But Frank had more money on his contract. So the Knicks could have traded Frank instead of Iggy and got more cap space. But they kept Frank. Right? You know what they did? They traded for an athletic wing that was 21 years old in Terrence Ferguson, right? Instead of keeping Terrence Ferguson, they kept Frank and cut Terrence Ferguson.
That's a fact.
Bro, I'm telling you, this thing, people have this strange narrative of Frank is gone, Frank is out of town, Frank this, Frank that. Listen, man, the Knicks cut so many people this year that it's almost not even fair. You know, where's Jacob Evans III at? Cut. Where's Amari Spellman?
Cut.
Dennis Smith Jr. was traded, right?
Ed Davis.
Right. If they wanted, man, listen, they brought in Skylar BCA twice and cut him, right?
All MKG.
Right. Yeah, MK. They brought on all these dudes, and you know who survived? Frank Ntilikina. And so some Knicks fans that hate Frank are gonna say, you know what? They're gonna get rid of Frank, man. Frank ain't coming back. Frank will never be. Listen, man. Frank survived 4 trade deadlines, bro. 4. Frank survived 4 trade deadlines. And this year, this new regime, if they didn't like Frank, Frank would have been gone. So what I'm saying is it's up to Frank. If Frank wants to be a Knick and he takes fair market value, Frank will be a Knick. Is what I'm getting at. And as far as the playoffs go,
the universe lands in his own hands.
Right. And so the thing I'm gonna say about Frank and Kevin Knox, Obi Toppin, Emmanuel Quickly, RJ Barrett, Mitchell Robinson, these young guys, is this. If the Knicks didn't like this young core of players, 1 or 2 of those players would have been gone. They like this young core. They felt because they could have threw Kevin Knox in any trade at the trade deadline if they didn't believe in Kevin Knox. And people will say, well, he has 1 year left. So what? 1 year left means nothing, right? All that means is this. He would have been a more attractive piece at the trade deadline to go after, say, a Mo Bamba type player, right? You're like, yeah, I'll give you Kevin Knox and something for Mo Bamba. You know what I'm saying? He's got another year left. Maybe y'all can unlock him. He's a first round top 10 guy, just like Mo, trying to figure it out. But nah, they like, nah, we good. What we got, we good. We straight, right? So I said all of that, and I know some people in the chat don't like when I talk about the direction of the team, especially with the season going on, and I feel them, right? Hey, somebody said trolls are back. Where the trolls at?
Yeah, someone get Brandon New out of here.
What's he saying?
Oh, you'll see. I can't say it on air.
Okay. All right. About Frank?
Come on. No, it's not about anything.
All right.
It's not about the Knicks.
All right. So who else you want me to get out of here?
Nah, leave it. I'm watching it. Don't worry. You can continue to.
Okay.
I like how efficient. You should have. Can I just give the shout out? Yesterday, Uncle Freeze disappeared. And poor, I think Knicks man. Shout outs to Knicks man. Knicks man did a good job fighting the bots. And actually, G-Man had to leave.
Mod that was here was playing. Shout out to
Yo,
the
the mods were like just like cashing them. It was like immigration out there, just like cashing the bots. So like, yo, shout outs to the mods because the mods did a good job on deleting all of that. I saw the replay. I saw a couple of ones that you guys missed, but it was a lot of them. It was a lot of them. So you guys did a good job. Shout outs to the mods.
Yeah, shout out to the mods. Y'all want me to get rid of Quiet Money? Quiet Money's not a troll.
No.
Quiet, but y'all want me to put. No,
don't make me show you my list. Don't make me show you my list. Don't make me show you my list.
I'm just messing with Quiet Money.
I got a whole list because they revealed CT. Is that CT? No, that's not CT.
Yeah. I'm just messing around with my guy.
Yeah. Is that CT? Is your name CT? The guy under me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're from Australia, right?
Yeah.
Is there still a rat infestation in Australia? Because I heard there was like a lot of rats.
Oh, do rats play point guard for the Knicks?
No, I just wanted to get an update.
I'm just messing around with you.
I wanted to get an update. Is it true that there's like a rat?
Nah,
like
it's not true.
Kyle Lowry and rat years.
But yeah, Freezy, your point. I think most people think Frank was gone because he didn't pick up the option.
Right. Well, they did, but think about. But here's the thing: him and so his team and the Knicks did not agree to a long-term extension. So it's not like the Knicks went to him and was like, "Nah, we don't want you." They didn't agree to terms, and the window for negotiation closed. So
they want him to have leverage. They gave him leverage basically as a independent player once he doesn't have the no trade clause or whatever.
Yeah. So Frank wanted to be here, and I heard through the grapevine that Frank's thing was I want to play point guard, and y'all not letting me play point guard, and I want to get point guard money.
Oh, no.
Right? They will offer him wing defender money, and Frank wants point guard money.
Wing defender, you're somebody. Wing defender.
Frank. Frank had his chance. He can only blame himself. That San Antonio game when he started and laid an egg was that was a great opportunity to show something.
But CT, what he did show in the San Antonio game was he could play really well alongside Julius Randle, making his shots, playing good defense.
Yeah.
Also, Freezy, I agree with what you say about like the team actually like believing in him and acknowledging that we like Frank, because I like Frank myself. Because when you put him in a position, also that I also blame Tiz for putting him in the 32 seconds, but also like if we would have been in a different universe or an alternative universe, like Frank would have made that play, and that would have been an Iguodala type of play, that you just stop at the moment and it's going to be a highlight for like years to come. And like that, you understand? So at the end of the day, somebody believed in him and said, let's put Frank, even though, you should have warmed his legs, but somebody did believe in him. Put the whole team.
Frank gets blamed for that, bro, but that's not his fault.
It's not
at all.
People was killing me with those takes. Yo, Uncle Freezy, like people was.
Oh, somebody said it. DC Grant said that. DC Grant said, "Oh, he missed the 32-second shot." DC Grant, I wrote it down.
Come on, dog. That is having a take and giving a take with emotion instead of just straight basketball logic. Like anybody who played basketball knows. Let's say if we have the court, right? And my mans, they game 21, full court. Everybody know about that. Game 21. Let's say the score was 19-14. My mans get hurt, and I got to get up and play now. I didn't play the whole game, and they expect for me to guard the other team's best player. I'm going to get hurt because I'm not ready to play, and I did not get a feel of the game. So I don't know what he's going to do. So that is on Tibbs. Like, I didn't blame Frank for that at all. And I was seeing Knicks fans just kill Frank. And I'm like, God, chill. Like, Reggie Bullock just played 30-plus minutes and scored 4 points, but we getting at Frank for 32 seconds? So it's like I see a lot of inconsistency when people try to blame certain people on his team. And it's like, come on, man. Y'all got to get that kid some leeway. He been through 4 coaches, dog.
And
4 coaches.
Yeah.
How many regimes? How many regimes?
Right,
Like
a lot of them.
a lot of them.
Kurt Rambis was your coach, bro.
And
that guy's coach of the year, man.
real quick. You want to know what's so crazy? I'm gonna piggyback off what Freezy was saying about Kurt Rambis and Jeff Hornacek. They stunned Frank growth because Jeff Hornacek was on the hot seat all year, so he was playing Jared Jack instead of playing Frank after the trade deadline.
Right, because he was trying to save his job.
And that was discussed. Then Mike Miller, after the All-Star break, he came out with the same lineup before All-Star break and knowing we wasn't going to the playoffs. And he still started Maurice Harkless over Kevin Knox. So little stuff like that gives me PTSD.
Yeah, the Morris one was understandable, though, putting Morris in. But I want to point something out from the chat. Boost Mobile made a good comment. He said, ain't nobody on the bench good when they come out cold. That is a perfect statement.
That's true.
And at the same time, I don't think it was a bad move. You know, I'm not blaming Tibbs or Frank. I'm glad he gave him that chance. I said it before. You know, if Trey had scored on anyone else, the narrative would have been, why not put the stopper on? But he did that. He rode with him, with his best isolation defender, even though he was cold. So, it is what it is. Trey's a good, not many players in the league can stop Trey on a one-on-one when he does 3 crossovers and
CT.
takes one way.
But it wasn't so me and Duke saw the same thing, right? I watched that play over and over and over again. But here's the thing. Taj Gibson is a double team defender.
Yes. Preach.
Yeah, Taj Gibson is a double team defender. And all Trey did was in and out to freeze Taj Gibson.
He froze him and Frank at the same time with that in and out because they trapped his left, which they should have tried to trap him to go more to his right. They trapped him in the left side. They should have trapped him on the opposite, so he goes to his left. But Taj came a little late, and that double team wasn't a full double team. So then Taj didn't communicate with Frank. Frank thought there was a pick coming. And it just ended off all bad.
Right. Yeah. And you know what? And so Duke saw it. I saw it, but Duke mentioned it on air first, and I got to give him his credit for that.
But that's on Tibbs too, because you're supposed to have Nerlens Noel at the end of the game.
Nerlens got hurt though, bro.
He was injured that game.
Nerlens got hurt
that game.
Remember, Nerlens missed the last 6 minutes of the game, I think.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's the problem with it. That play.
Right, because you trap up top with somebody tall to make Trey Young have to throw long passes over the top of hands, and then you leave your quick guys to scramble and defend whoever Trey Young try to get the ball to. That's why you don't trap with 2 guards.
The main fault was no communication. That was the main fault in that play.
Right,
no communication.
Because all Taj had to do was say no. If Taj would have just went to the dude that might have screened and held him and said, "It's all you, Frank." Just say, "You got him." Then Frank could have got in and backed up and got in the middle of the floor, and then that way Trey would have had to beat Frank in any direction, right? But as soon as Frank turned his head to look for the screen, Trey took off.
Bro, that whole game haunts me just because we could have been tied 2-2 right now. Because RJ, when he got half of the steal and Bogey hit that tough shot. That's still like I keep remembering that. I'm not gonna forget that play this whole offseason. I'm not gonna forget that play. And then Burks missing that wide open mid range shot. Oh, that is heartbreaking to me.
Brandon Newman,
get him out of here.
Brandon Newman back at it again, Freezy. Get him out of here.
Burks,
he's already going. He's gone.
Burks has been so terrible this postseason. And I've seen takes with people and they be like, "Sign Burks."
Yeah, he's only been good the first game.
Bro, he never passes the ball.
No, the throws are back. The throws are back. The throws are back. The throws are back.
All right, nah, just don't talk about it. Don't say it. Just don't feel
I was just letting Freezy know so we could get him out of here.
Nah. Just let the mods are doing it. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, and Burks is bad on the fast break. His decision making. He'll miss an open man or he'll pull up on a 3-on-1.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, and then Bullock with that. Oh, I know I said this already so many times, but I'm not gonna stop saying Bullock turning over that ball when we could have cut it to 5 last game to
On the
RJ,
fast
and he
break.
just traveled. Yeah, he
Ah,
traveled when RJ passed it to him. That was the most
Yeah.
bonehead
Oh
play
my.
I've seen him do in so
Trey's in
long.
his head,
Oh
I
my
think now.
god.
Yeah, he
They're
can't
they're
be
in they're
saying
in they're
can't
in
be saying I'm gonna
Bullock's
stay
head.
on the A and then just drop 0 points, bro, and lose both games. Like that is so like that to me. If I'm him, and he said
Yeah.
Knicks and 6 the day before too, bro,
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
am
and then he
embarrassed
tweeted,
to
"We
pull this.
we with the shits," you know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
bro, come on.
See you in the A, and then players shouldn't be tweeting in the
Respect
middle of a
your
series.
opponent.
You,
Right.
you don't you don't need to. Yeah, to that point, you don't need to give the opponent ammunition. You see each other every second day for 7 games. Just
Yeah.
get the job done and then talk.
Right.
You
And I
know,
have a question.
even even
Actually,
y'all see Milwaukee Bucks' Twitter account. I know they lost to them last year, but they just went on and on and on digging their foot in Miami. I'm
Right.
like, you just beat them once, like
nah,
like
that was
I
funny
wouldn't
to me. I was laughing at the Miami
still
Heat
like
one.
I wouldn't be happy if if the Knicks, I don't need my team's Twitter account
Yeah,
saying
I wouldn't want that
we're not
too.
in the
It's just
bubble
funny.
anymore. Like that just shows that they're in your head. Just leave them be. You left them in the past.
I got a question. So we've been talking about what we have to do for Game 5, whatever onward. What are your actual predictions for Game 5, and who do you think is gonna light a spark for us, or multiple people?
Hey, I'm gonna answer that real quick since I got limited time on video. I just want to answer that real quick. So I think Game 5, the Knicks are gonna beat the brakes off the Hawks. Right. I don't see the Knicks losing this series on their own floor. Right.
Neither, bro.
Right. And so the thing though is I think the Knicks will make the necessary adjustments because we've been pointing out the same thing since Game 1. Clint Capella is not playing defense on a man. He's zoned up because Nerlens Noel nor Taj Gibson offer any offensive threat whatsoever. So now all you have is Clint Capella. And so this is the thing. This is the reason why I tell you people don't know, Knicks fans don't know basketball, right? So Clint Capella is in the paint, bumping our cutters and rubbing them to throw the timing off of our offense, right? So people are like, Julius Randle is holding the ball too long. The reason why is because our cutters are slowed down by Clint Capella bumping and rubbing them in the paint, bumping them off their path. So Randle doesn't have the timing is not right for him to pass the ball. So people will say, well, why don't he just attack the basket? Well, Clint Capella is there too.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You know what I'm saying? So our cutters are being bumped off. Anybody we have coming to the basket is being held up by Clint Capella because Taj Gibson is not an offensive threat.
Yep.
Right? And so what people will say is, well, Julius Randle, he still held the ball too long. He should have did something. Do what?
Yep.
Shoot with 20 seconds left on the shot clock? I mean, come on, man. Stop being ridiculous, Knicks fans. If you don't know basketball, you need to just be quiet. Right? Because the thing you should be saying is we need to do better. Say stuff like that. But don't say Julius Randle deserves the blame because when RJ Barrett cuts to the basket, Clint Capella is doggone knocking his head off as he come through the paint.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Come on. Don't say Julius Randle need to do better when Obi Toppin is cutting from the corner to the dunker spot and he being held up by Clint Capella. Julius Randle don't have anybody to pass the ball to. And so what we do is we say, oh, Julius Randle this, Julius Randle that. Julius Randle is not the reason why Taj Gibson is not fast enough in a pick and roll. That's not Julius Randle's fault. It's not Julius Randle's fault that Reggie Bullock does not have handles. That's not Julius Randle's fault.
Is he shook? Is he shook though? Can you say he's a little shook, a little scared of the moment? Can you criticize that like he's not living to the moment? The day you get an award.
Gas. Did you just hear what I said, bro? Did you just hear me? Did you just hear what I said about Clint Capella? Yes. Did you hear what I said about Clint Capella? Clint Capella is bumping your cutters, throwing off the timing. What does that have to do with Julius Randle?
The thing I'll give with that is that I do think that if Randle can get towards the paint, should try to get Capella in foul trouble. Try to play a little bully ball, because that will definitely help for us.
Right. And what I'm saying is it'll be, listen, Julius Randle can beat Gallinari and John Collins any day of the week, twice on Sunday. But he can't do it with Trae Young raking his hands and Clint Capella double teaming. Right? You kick the ball. Who you gonna kick the ball? You gonna kick the ball out to Taj Gibson for 3? Y'all want to see Taj Gibson shoot 3s?
No.
That's how you got to put Obi in there if you really want to try to win a game, and
Try
to make them come up and defend and not have an extra
or Knox or Frank.
That's what I'm saying. Who you want Reggie Bullock to start running the screen and roll now? I mean, come on. That's what we want. We want to see Reggie Bullock handling the ball with Taj Gibson in the screen and roll. That's what y'all want?
Can't even make his wide open shots that Julius passes to him.
Right. He can't even dribble 3. Like Hoodie Cab said, he can't dribble 3 times without traveling.
What do we used to say, Freezy, about Knox? Reggie's now the one sitting in the corner with his hand up his butt.
Right.
And then there's that shot creator, point where in the playoffs, the team with the most shot creators tend to find easier baskets.
Right.
We're running our offense through 2 guys, and everyone else is a spot up shooter.
Right.
And when you have ample time to game plan, you can stop that quite easily.
Yeah, and
so no blame for Julius, not even 1%, like not even 10%, not 5%.
I'm gonna take away.
Can we do percentage? Because I just feel like you just say don't say nothing about Julius, and
I'm gonna say 60-40. I'm gonna say 60-40 because I kind of over exaggerated in a way that is still kind of saying that he's still on the edge of most of the blame to me, but I would say 60-40 because I've been saying that that Bullock showed up for 1 quarter, then you have Burke show up for 1 game. IQ, I'm not gonna blame IQ just because he's a rookie. And to me, that's not fair to really blame a rookie for not having good games. And then we had Obi's been showing up, Rose been showing up. For me, Julius Randle hasn't shown up in any of these games, to be honest, at all. Right. Shooting 27% for the series. RJ showed up for 1.5 games. Noel and Taj haven't really shown up too much. And
Noel had a great game last game.
That's really it.
Taj has given me what he could give me for $1 million.
Yeah,
so I don't
he's
just
really been
he overachieves as a person.
So I think that it all lands like this. This is the breakdown of how they're guarding us. The only person that has really been driving in our starting lineup is D Rose. No one else. They know Reggie Bullock is not going to drive. They know our center is not going to do anything in the paint unless they get it directly under. And we haven't really had RJ to go into the lane unless he starts off with the ball.
Right.
And the only person that leads off to for them to really guard in the paint and stop with Capella and someone else is Rose. So that's why they're guarding us up so high at the same time and stopping us from making shots. If we had those attackers to the basket, or we actually try more people to do that, we'll definitely be able to chip into getting better and being able to win these games.
Right. I ain't gonna lie to
just
you,
back
bro.
to your point, your question, Freezy, you said the Knicks were going to blow them out, and what was the adjustment? Was it Obi? I think you were hinting towards Obi at the 5.
No. What I think the adjustment is this: when the Knicks run the pick and roll this time, because end game, I think me and CP Daughters Friday. Well, Friday was game 3, right?
Yeah, Friday.
So many L's you forget, huh?
Right. And so yes, exactly. But Friday, me and CP the artist were together in a bar in Atlanta, and I pointed out, I was like, "Yo, Taj Gibson was wide open right there. Why didn't they pass the ball to him?" And he was like, because Derrick Rose don't trust him. And when he said it, it dawned on me like, oh, snap. This has been an issue all season. Because think about this. Think about this. And I'm gonna ask y'all, and y'all may point this out, but I can't remember. When's the last time you saw a point guard from the Knicks run a screen and roll with our center, and their center catches the ball before he gets to the rim, dribbles, and throws down a monster jam?
Never. Because all I think about as soon as while you talking, all I can think about is quickly running the pick and roll to do a stupid floater. Burks to do a pick and roll to put up a 3-point shot. Burks never passes out of a pick and roll, so I don't even want to bring him up. Then you talking about we just did Burks. Then you talk about Derrick Rose. Derrick Rose probably would pass it, but I want Derrick Rose attacking down the hill. Then you got Frank Ntilikina. Frank Ntilikina is hit and miss with the pick and roll. He might pass it, he might shoot it. You don't know what you're gonna get. So,
right. But the thing is though, Status. Mm-hmm. Do you have a center quick enough to set a screen and explode to the basket?
No, but
yes,
this is why
they just can't catch the ball.
Good point.
One is injured, sitting on the bench.
I'm gonna throw a point at y'all, right? So the point that Freezy's talking about right now is putting certain guys in actions, right? So in previous years, Giannis would usually be the guy creating shots for everybody. He would usually be the guy running pick and rolls. This season, Bud's flipped the script. Now he got Giannis. He's using Giannis as a screener and a roller. And I haven't really seen Randall get put in a position where he's the roller, where he's going downhill. Right. I barely see him get put in that position. So, no, it's okay. It's okay, brother. So,
State, because to your point, Randall audibles out of that and turns into a popper. The screen and pop is Randall's preferred method. That way he gets mismatches against a smaller guy instead of taking his big behind to the basket.
Yes, and that is very concerning because he wasn't. Let me throw this angle at y'all. Like I have no issues with Randall, but it seems.
Wait a minute. You don't have issues with Randall.
No, not like personal issues with Randall. Like I got issues with how he plays and whatnot, but I don't have no personal issues with Randall. But what I'm getting at is, ever since fans been allowed in the stands, Randall has not been playing well. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's in his head. I don't know if he's shell-shocked. But them takes that people was giving out, talking about Julius Randle was a better Knick than Carmelo Anthony, all this and that crap. The NBA gods heard them talking, and they said, "Bro, hold on, partners. Let me show y'all something."
Can I just stop you for a minute? Because I feel like I blame my accent. I said the same thing, and it sounded so beautiful from you. I know the chat's like, yeah, I agree. But when I say the same thing, it's a different type of, like, where's the hate at? I don't know. But I agree with what she said. But I even use the same term, the basketball guys. No, don't be clapping on me like I'm a fifth grader. Like I literally said that. Hadouken is witness.
Watch it, sucker.
Okay, sir. I love how you say sucker, like Booker T. Washington. Nah, that's not a pause. Booker T. Washington is a wrestler.
Wow.
Watch it, sucker.
Yo, you know what's crazy?
What are we doing?
Dude just said in the chat that I'm capping. So I'm capping that Julius Randle looks shell-shocked in front of 15,000 fans. How does he look to y'all, fellas? Because he looks pathetic to me, and I need better from him. Especially,
it is.
Yo, I hear people say they want to give Randle $26 million. I cringe.
Hold up, we got a super chat, Hadouken. Got a super chat.
We have to understand that Atlanta's whole game plan is
CT, hold up
is
for 1
to.
second.
CT, hold up.
Sorry.
Super chat.
D Hall with the $2 super chat. Shout out to you. He said Knicks won 9 in a row regular season. Why can't we win 3 playoff games? I'm gonna just say this real quick.
Go ahead.
I know we won 9 in a row. I'm not gonna use this as an excuse because definitely you can't just do that. Even though you face injuries, we did face some teams with injuries, but regular season is completely different from the playoffs. It's a
It
different
don't
animal.
matter. It
Yeah,
don't matter.
this is why I was interested before the series if who's gonna show up and who's not gonna show up, because that's what really matters at the end of the day. What got us here matters too, but how we play and who shows up matters too.
Yeah.
And
You
we're
want to know
not
something
having a
crazy?
lot of players show up
You want to
But
know?
let
consistently.
me ask all you guys this.
My
Before
fault.
the series, right? Did
Mhm.
you not think that Atlanta was going to take away something from Randall? Like, were you totally thinking he would just dominate, or did you think they would game plan and they would successfully take away something?
I,
Yo,
Because he is our focal point.
let me say this little thing
go
real
ahead.
quick because mine's short. I said before that I felt like he was gonna have trouble. Not just like because of the defense. I just felt like he wasn't gonna be good in the playoffs. That was my worry, and it's no hate on him. It's just I felt like his first playoff series wasn't gonna be too good, especially for game one. I didn't think he was gonna show up, and then after that, I was hoping game two he was gonna do good. He didn't, and then I really didn't have too much confidence in how he was gonna come back.
Yo, by the way, I misstuck. I meant to say Booker T. I said Booker T. Washington. Booker T. Washington was like a historian, like a black historian. So I'm sorry, I mistook the two. But you know what I mean, Booker T. When he said sucker.
You gotta stay.
Yo, so CT, I know you're a huge CT. You watch football?
Yeah, I watch a bit.
So you watch football and basketball, so it's good. This is going to be too easy for me. So I'm gonna give you a prime example, right? The Saints lost to the Bucks. I mean, the Saints beat the Bucks twice in the regular season, right? What happened in the postseason when they met up with the Bucks again? The Bucks spanked them, and
They got exposed.
and the reason why I'm saying that is, in sports, when you beat a team in the regular season multiple times, usually the team that got spanked both of those games, usually that team spank you in the playoffs because they know how to beat you. So I was very worried that that Randall, people talk about, oh, Randall, he averaged 37 points against the Hawks. Did you know Bogey didn't play both of those games? And two of those games, I believe, Lloyd Pierce coached. And then
and
the
Hunter.
third game that we was playing against them, Nick McMillan coached, and the Hawks was up, and Trae Young, I believe, fouled out or he got hurt. Or he got thrown out of the game.
He got hurt.
Yeah, he got hurt. Him and
Yeah.
Pelly, I'm pretty sure, just bumped together.
Yep. So, bro, you know how I'm going with this, man.
Yeah.
But
yeah, look, the writing was on the wall, really.
yes, they was too confident. You got Reggie Bullock writing on Twitter talking about let's run it in the A. You can't run nothing in the A.
I was
34
excited when he
minutes.
did it, but I was excited because I thought that he would. Because you saw how D Rose was talking about Trae Young and ATL and whatever, and he came back next game and dropped 26.
Yep.
I
That's
was
my
hoping
point
he would do
about-
the same exact thing. Like you can't be doing that if you're not gonna back it up. Can't drop 0 points. That's why I didn't like that. You can't be doing that, bro. Come on, that's just like embarrassing you and the team.
Let's just not forget though, like even like teams that weren't there before and had some playoff struggle, like the Bucks, for example. Giannis looks like he's starting to figure it out. So in the next year, couple years, doesn't mean if we don't put the right pieces with Randall and with the rest of these guys that we don't figure it out. The future's still bright, guys.
Bro, I'm not building around
Yeah.
Randall, bro. I don't know what
I'm not saying building around Randall.
all right.
I believe Randall's a 2 or a third option.
He's a third option on the championship team or a fourth option.
That's why, but still, getting a number 1 or
I'm
a
keeping him for now.
Hold on, CT. Giving a number 1 or number 2 option, that can certainly putting the right pieces around on this team. I'm just saying, like the future's still bright, guys. We'll be all right.
Yeah, it definitely is.
CT.
I'm just
Yeah,
I just
agree.
want to go out in a good fashion if we do go out. I don't want to go out sad like in the series in general.
CT, you had a point.
Yeah, I was just going to say my point with all that was we had 7 days to prepare, right? We knew Atlanta was going to try to game plan, which is what teams do. You know, you try to take away the other team's best players, advantage, and they've neutralized that, We're not a hard team to game plan against. But my frustration is in the 7 days, what have we done to game plan against what Atlanta do?
That's
And
a
to
very good point.
State's point, we whooped them all season long, and I think we just came into this series thinking we're just going to play the exact same way and do the same thing.
Yep.
You see, CT. So before the series started, I don't know if it was Mark Berman. It was someone. They asked Tibbs, so you guys beat them 3 times in the regular season. He said, "Does that really matter to you guys?" He said, "No, it doesn't matter because the playoffs is completely different. The regular season is to the side." I feel like he did say that, but I still think some of the players may have let that get over their head, or it was just pure like them just not playing good and just having nerves. And I mean, this is the thing for me. I've been like saying this throughout the season. I had a feeling something like this could happen because our offense flows through Randall. Those ISOs, I don't like those ISOs. I made it clear throughout the season. I always complained about it. I don't like that. Most of the time when we really do draw up a play, it's a Randall ISO. That's why I paid
Disgusting.
into me in that starting lineup. I didn't really hate it individually just because he doesn't really work well with us, but it's because he just passes it to Randall, and that's what we do after that. We ISO, and that's getting exposed right now. That since he's playing
Good
bad and he's
point.
not being allowed to do that, we're getting exposed because we don't let RJ have the ball unless Randall passes him. Bullock can't do anything like that. He could catch and shoot, maybe go for a pump fake mid range. Mitch is injured. Mitch either way couldn't do something like that. The only ones that could truly have offense, and I think we should have injected RJ into the playmaking role, so we had another way to roll through our offense. But it's not gonna work at this stage. We just gotta hope that somehow go through this and get a few more wins.
Yo, you know what? You want to know what's so crazy? Stop videos. I just seen your little comment too, and you gonna say, "Oh well, State. He's been waiting around all year, and now he appears every show." And he's talking about Randall. State been calling Randall a championship third or fourth option since the season started. This ain't nothing new. It's only new to you because everybody's up under Randall's armpit. We're watching him wet the bed, but you gotta understand he's not in the role he's supposed to be in. That's all. And once y'all get that, once y'all understand that, and understand Klay Thompson was the number 2 option, D Wade was the second option, Tony Parker was the second option, Ginobili, Kawhi Leonard, Kyle Lowry. When you understand that, then you'll be like, okay, I understand what State is talking about. I'm not hating on Randall, just putting it in perspective. He's not a 1 option. He's not a 2 option. That's just what it is. But yeah, y'all pay him a max deal. You give Randall $27 million off 1 year, 72 games of success, and then you watch him wet the bed in the playoffs. You give him a max deal. I'm not giving him a max deal. Not yet. You accept this team option. You bring him back on that $19 million contract and let him prove it again.
Yeah, and I mean, for the people that I feel like some people thought that I was trying to say that I'm blaming Randall for how what RJ is doing right now. I'm not blaming Randall, but I mean, Randall does set up RJ a lot, and I mean, I've seen him miss him a good amount of times. But like when Randall is going, you usually have RJ also going because that's how the offense runs. He usually gets doubled, whatever, and then he passes it out or he finds his teammates, and then they feed off of that. I was just saying that we definitely could have incorporated 2 different types of offenses where we run through Randall, and if Randall doesn't have it, we have RJ who could run the offense and get us back into something.
Haruka, you rather give the ball to Chris Middleton or you rather give the ball to Julius Randle, bro? Like, what is these dudes in this chat talking about? Like, what are y'all talking about? What are y'all talking about? What are we doing here?
Look, Randall had an amazing regular season, right?
Amazing.
And he's improved and he's a good player. Yeah, to your point, in the playoffs, when you're the number 1 option on a team, right? The playoffs are different anyways, you know. Even the best players get neutralized. But if you're Randall as well and you get the team's schemes against you to stop you, that makes you look even worse.
Yeah.
You know, so to State's point, I think it's fair. Like Randall is a second, third option on a championship team. Right now, he's our best player, and he's getting Atlanta's attention. And he's not really a playmaker. We don't even have a floor general point guard as well that can calm things down. My issue with Randall is he's not really the most cerebral player as well. He can.
Ask your question.
Hold on real quick, bro, because I'm seeing the chat. They just going off. CT,
man, don't worry about the chat.
CT, can I ask you a question? They talking about Tobias Harris getting paid, right? And Chris Middleton getting paid, right? Who got paid first on that team, brother? Please answer me, brother. Didn't the superstar get paid first?
Yeah.
Oh, somebody with common sense. Thank you. I said enough. And B got paid before Tobias Harris. Didn't he? So y'all gotta stop. You don't pay the third option before you pay the first option. That's not how you build a team.
Yeah, I mean, even though I know what he's saying with the Middleton one, because the Middleton did get paid before, so they couldn't really like move him, so they had to make Giannis kind of want to stay.
Can I ask you a question now, State?
Go ahead.
If you see Randall as a third option on the championship team, right?
Yep.
Where do you see RJ?
Ooh, that's the good question.
That's a good question.
I love that. You know why I love that question?
Me and State are gonna have the same answer. I know.
Because when RJ's 2 years away from being 2 years away. So what I mean by that is I don't expect nothing from him when he's 20. I don't really expect nothing from him when he's 21. He's 2 years away from being 2 years away. When RJ is 22, 23
but
years
nothing? You don't expect nothing?
Not really.
Not a little bit? Jesus.
He's going to be an all-star. Like my expectations can't be too crazy on RJ because that's what I did to Kevin Knox. You get what I'm saying? Like I did that to Frank. You get what I'm saying? Like I don't want to do that with no more of my young boys. I want to lower my expectations with my young boys so I don't be losing my hair when he does have a bad game. I just temper my expectations.
But where do you see him? Where do you see him on a championship team?
A second option. Championship team, second or first option. Now it depends on. It depends. Now you're laughing.
Yeah, you could laugh at that, but if he's 20, if he actually figures it out and gets some,
if he realizes his potential, yes, 100%. If you realize, but right now, I'm asking right now, where would he be on a championship team?
No, you can't ask for right now. Right now, yeah, you can't ask that. You could say that with Randall because he's already 27. You could ask that, but you can't ask a 20-year-old.
I said at the start of this year.
You could ask that because last year we saw Tyler Hero going from a rookie to the championship. So
I said that
Bubble Boy.
Bubble Boy. Yeah,
Bubble Boy. That is hilarious.
Bubble Boy.
Yo, disagree with me or agree with me? Tyler Hero is the most overrated player in a while, like from 1 year. He was set to be a superstar and everything from that bubble appearance, and he's been bad.
But
like,
I'm
not judging him from 1 year.
I think he got the rapper curse. Remember when they had the Mo Bamba song, and Mo Bamba is no more for a song than for playing basketball.
That is kind
so
of
it's
like
a curse.
I don't really think that's
the only reason State and Duke, and the only reason I asked that was just to see what you guys were saying. Like, if you said Randall's a third option, and then right away, right now, say RJ could be a second option.
No, I know you were trying to see if we were just hating on him. Nah, I'm not hating on him.
I understand. I'm with you. I agree.
I didn't like Randall. Me and State didn't like Randall at all last year. I wanted him gone.
Me too.
I was pissed off when he didn't get traded, but because for me, I still think this. I wanted to build around RJ, and I still want to build around RJ, and last year he was set back in his rookie year because they changed his jump shot.
I think
he had horrible coaching. So
he had a really good second year though, and
that's what makes me excited. Because imagine if he had at least a stable coach and someone that didn't change his jump shot in year one.
That's
what he would have been at year two would have been insane.
Here now, he's in a good situation. We're just gonna see what happens.
Yeah, exactly. I like his chances.
He's got good size,
practice. His dribbling.
He's gonna get
off the.
He's gonna get stronger.
Yep. You want to know so crazy about RJ? You know what Jimmy Butler was doing when he was 20 years old? He was still in school. You know what Chris Middleton was doing when he was 20 years old?
He was shooting 27% from three. You know what Jimmy, like who
Giannis,
else? Paul George, Giannis. You know what these dudes was doing at 20? They was all pathetic. So I'm
Yeah,
not gonna
that's the
put no
thing with
ceilings.
RJ. Since he was behind Zion and Ja, he's always
Kawhi.
gonna have the most pressure behind them just because he was behind them. And he's 20, and everyone expected. I expected him to be good his first year, but I didn't have any crazy expectations for this one. I said like I thought he was gonna get like 19, 20 points. But Randall exploded, and we started running the offense through him, which I don't like. I mean, I'm not mad that he was good. I'm happy he was good because I want him to be good.
Because
I
that
actually like
takes
Randall
pressure
on
off of
this team in
RJ too with
general.
his development. Randall being
Yeah,
as good as
he
he
helped
did
a lot with creating
took
those
pressure
open
off
shots.
of RJ.
That's true.
Alawise is saying RJ been looking bad this series, but no one want to. But I promise you, we've been saying RJ has been bad since the games have happened. But I'm not gonna put too much on him because compared to Randall, to me, he's been playing a better series than him. He's just the free throws make it look better for Randall, because overall he hasn't been playing better. But RJ has been playing his game. He has been missing shots. Randall was a little iffy in the way he was playing. He wasn't playing his normal game until the fourth game. So that's what I'm not mad at a 20-year-old. Like I had more expectations, but what am I gonna be pissed at a 20-year-old compared
They got my boy.
to our number one?
They
I
got my
can't really
boy.
be as mad.
My boy RJ looking like Michael Redd right now, shooting them threes. So his ceiling is just up to him. He averaging 18 points, shooting 40% from three. His ceiling is up to him, basically.
Wait, CT and Z, how about you guys? What do you guys think? And Chuck Allen,
What do we think about RJ?
what do you think he could be? Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to put a cap on the kid. He could be any like with a guy that works hard as he does, because we all know he's a hard worker and he's resilient.
That's my favorite part, the
So
mentality.
when you got a guy that is a hard worker like that, who's already talented, make no mistake about it, he's already a talented player at 20 years old. Like he has a 15-year career in the league already carved out if he doesn't get any better. You know, like State said, 18 points a game, 40% from deep, solid defender, solid playmaker, solid rebounder. You know what I'm saying? Like he already has a long career carved out for him. With a hard work ethic like that, the sky's the limit.
Yeah, that's my favorite part, that mentality. You don't just have that 20 years old, especially from an NBA player. You don't see it like that. That's the best thing.
And he's a winner. He's a winner, you know. You can tell just in his mindset and the way he acts and his body language, mannerisms, he's a winner.
My thing is the last time a big was the best player on a championship team was 10 years ago. And that was Dirk Nowitzki. And Dirk Nowitzki defeated multiple Hall of Famers on that
That's still
playoff
crazy.
run. So I'm more interested in my wing being my best player. That's just me. Like that's just how I want my team to be built. Like I don't believe in bigs. Bigs can't get a last shot in the playoff game. I don't want to like Giannis doesn't close. You know who closed for the Bucks? Drew and Middleton, because Giannis can't get his own shot in the last 5 minutes of the game. So this is why I'm screaming.
That's a really good point, because you see, I'm sorry to cut you off, but you see, Giannis is their best player, but they're not gonna give it to Giannis for the clutch shot. They're gonna give it to Middleton.
But they also built their team an amazing way because they have.
Yeah, they have such a. I love their team this year.
Chris
It's
Middleton.
such a well built team. That's how you got to build your team.
Right.
Got to give those vets around your superstar player and get what they need before they leave, especially in a system like that.
To State's point, we've already seen the evolution now of the point guard hitting the logo shot with Dame, Steph, Trey.
Guys, for the chat, for the people that are saying Jokic can get his own shot, that's true. But how many Nikola Jokic's are in the NBA?
He's the best. He's the best passing big man in NBA.
Yo, he's an insane
passer.
passer.
What I'm saying is like guys like Dirk Nowitzki and Nikola Jokic don't grow on trees. So it's not like we can just let's just go get a Jokic.
Bro, Dirk was the coldest big man. He was one of the cold. Like I'm 31 years old. Dirk is one of the coldest big men I've ever seen in my life, bro. Seen, bro.
Yeah, he's one in a generation
and stuff like that. Because obviously, I didn't really watch back then, but Every single time I watch
Wait, how
Jokic
old are
now,
you?
that fadeaway. I'm 17.
Okay.
Every single time I watch that fadeaway, I see that. I
Yo,
started watching ball in like 2014,
Nate might
2015.
want you to start for the point guard for the Knicks.
yo, bro. If you ever watched Dirk Nowitzki in 2011, bro, it was like
Oh.
watching an
Yeah,
artist.
he was
at work,
saucing them
bro.
like crazy. That's still wild to me when I watch that. That's wild.
That's why I hated KP, because they tried to say he was going to be Dirk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's only one Dirk, man.
Nah.
The one thing about Porzingis that he ruined his own career, and
Yeah, he ruined his own career.
may
He was
God bless
blackmailing
him.
us.
May
I
God
still like
bless
him though as a player.
Yeah,
Hate him.
but
His brother, I think having
And
his
the knee
brother as an
injury.
agent, his brother being an agent also was the problem, because the brother was ambitious of his own, but unlike LeVar Ball,
yes.
like he was not about like the prosperous of his kids. Like he was trying to get more players from Europe, so his brother was selfish.
I'm gonna throw another angle at you too. Porzingis seeing how Carmelo Anthony had got his personal trainer hired by the Knicks, and I think Porzingis' brother, he wanted to be a part of management decisions, like kind of like how Carmelo Anthony did it. But you ain't no Carmelo Anthony, and I think that got to Porzingis' head. And hey, it happened. Whatever happens, happens. I mean, we got Julius Randle, Emmanuel quickly, 2 first-round picks. And listen, if we move,
remember when we had Fizdale?
Go ahead, CT.
So remember we had Fizdale fly out to Latvia with his wife, and then when he gets back, he's fired.
Yeah, it's crazy, bro. That was crazy.
And then let's not remember, like you said, you just remind two first-round picks from that. We have all this young talent. We have all this cap space, all these assets. I keep stressing this, like the sky's falling for this year, but it's not falling for the future of the New York Knicks. We have a great, if we use this right, we have a great future ahead of us.
You know, I felt the same way 10 years ago. 10 years ago, I was 21. 10 years ago was 2010. Remember back in 2010, we had a nice little young core. We had Gallo. We had the other young boys. And then Amari came
Amari
through.
was balling.
You feel me? But here's the thing. Here's where the Knicks messed up. You rushed it.
Yep.
Melo bluffed you, said he was going to the Nets. All you had to do was wait.
He also said he wanted to play with the Lakers.
All you had to do was wait. Let Melo sign in the offseason. Now you got young pieces and players. Now, if you want to package them and go get a Chris Paul, that's what you do. You don't press the red button in the middle of a rebuild. So that's why I'm scared about this offseason. Like they need.
I see what you're talking. I see what you mean with PTSD. You just like it been happening so long,
bro. I hate trading first round.
Yeah, that was Dolan, basically. Dolan saw what the Nets was doing, and they were, they were new to the city, and he pushed that red button. He overrode Donnie Walsh, said, "Get out of here, old man." And thanks. Here's your last check. Thanks for clearing the books, and be on your way.
Yeah, I'm gonna come check you.
And then another bad move was amnestying Billups to get Tyson in here, just to cap it all off. That was the last cap space we had.
I'm gonna throw something else that y'all don't remember. Remember when Tim Hardaway Jr. I think it was the last game of the season when Nadal, what's his name? When he hit the game winner against the was it against the Timberwolves and we lost out on Cat? Who was it against? We won a meaningless game, like it was meaningless, and somebody hit a game winner.
Yeah, Endor. It was Maurice Endor.
Like little stuff like that is crazy, bro. Crazy.
Yeah.
Like, how they pick Colin Sexton one pick before we get Kevin Knox, bro? Like, wow, bro.
And then we picked Kevin Knox over Michael Porter Jr., Donovan Mitchell,
Mikal Bridges.
I don't care about Michael Porter Jr. He had a broken back, and nobody.
I'm just naming other guys that were better than Knox.
I wanted him, but that back just like he really was gonna be could be a top 5 pick without that. He was.
He would have been number
Mikal. We needed that wing, you know.
Probably two. No, not two. I mean, he was really like crazy like that for that draft. But
He was
I
the
wouldn't blame.
surefire number one before he got hurt.
Yeah,
That's a
yeah,
fact.
100%. I wouldn't say anything about the Donovan Mitchell one. That one doesn't really bother me,
Nah,
because
it
I
don't
mean,
bother me
so
neither.
many teams passed up on him.
But see,
What,
that's the
who did
issue with the Knicks management, like previous management. And they never really, when you go to the dice game, somebody else got banked and you call out a bet, they don't never
And
call
for
out
the
no
chat,
bets.
remember this, and State can back me on this. Same with the Dukin. Michael Porter Jr. was literally the surefire number one
Yeah,
pick
he was the
before he hurt
surefire number
himself in
one
Missouri.
pick. He
Everybody was saying he was the number one.
Wait, are people saying it's not true?
Yeah.
Lamar. Oh yes. Oh, okay. No,
I still
he was
wouldn't
he
take
was
a
said
Michael
to be
Porter.
the number one. He probably, I don't know if he really would have won number one, but he was really like, he was top 3 potential, top 3,
But
100%.
in hindsight though, what you do is you pick Michael Porter Jr., right? You sit him for a year, right? So
I've said this too. I hate thinking about that. Don't remind me, please. Don't.
No, but real quick, even if Porzingis
I
hurt,
already know this.
and you trade Porzingis, right? Let's say we still trade Porzingis.
You have MPJ sit for the year, and we still get a top draft pick.
Right.
That's
right.
the thing that pissed me off when I've been thinking about this like during the regular season. I'm like, bro, look at MPJ. We could have just done what we did with KP, sit him off the year, and we still get a top 3 draft pick.
So it's all about luck.
I'm just happy with RJ at this point. That's why I'm happy. We at least got RJ.
Facts.
If the Knicks would have took Michael Porter Jr., they would have been 8 alive. This is the Knicks, the same old Knicks, the same team that traded for Antonio McDyess with the 2 coming off 2 knee surgeries. Like the Knicks are making the same boneheaded plays. Moves, waiting on for a guy who possibly could be something if his injury clears up. Like, we got who we got. We could have gotten a whole bunch of people. They obviously bought the bill of goods that Calipari was selling on Knox, and we stuck with him. That's it is what it is.
Now we gotta like whoever we draft. I don't think we're drafting all players. I think we either trade up or trade for a player. Whoever we draft,
I think
better insert them.
I think MPJ would have been perfect for the city. Like he would have been more marketable. Like just like how OB is more marketable than Randall, for example.
Yeah, I don't.
That's a
yeah,
fact.
I agree with that. But with RJ, when RJ came in, he was like marketed like full on. So yeah.
Are you serious? Puma? Really? Pumas? That's not market. Come on.
Nah, but I'm saying for the city in general.
Clyde, one of the arguably the best Knick of all time.
Yes,
Puma.
yes. That's old school stuff. Come on. Get into the new rhythms.
New rhythms.
Nah, people still wear Puma.
Hadouken.
Yeah, well, Gas doesn't know. Shocker.
Let's get back to Hadouken's question about Game 5, and my prediction was similar to Freezy. I think we're going to win by double digits. Not because we're going to make some crazy adjustment. I just think we're going to play hard. They weren't going to hit their shots, or Atlanta wouldn't be as hot. And I think RJ and Randall probably both have their best game at the same time. And we'll win by double. What do you think, Z?
I just want to see, and I love Julius Randle. State knows that. We used to go back and forth about it, but I agree he's not a number one on a championship team. But I want to see one of those games like where other all-star players who obviously weren't number ones and their teams were going to win a championship, but they have those games where they're not going to let their team lose. I want one of those games from Julius and RJ where they come out, I'm not going to let my team lose. I'm not letting them down again, and just play, balls to the wall, 100%, just cutthroat and just make this again. Go force a game 6. I don't care if we win by 1, win by 30.
I don't care about the score.
It doesn't matter. We just got to win. We got to execute. We got to make our shots, force a game 6. I'm tired of screaming and cussing at my TV. I'm tired of it.
What do you think, Chuck?
And they've got to play better defense.
I I think they are going to play better defense. Like, again, it's something about having your back against the wall. Like, if you've ever played any sport and have any type of competitive fervor in you, it's like, yo, we going all out, and you might see somebody give you a surprise game. I'm hoping it's Randall. I'm hoping Randall gives us at least 20 to 25 points. RJ, I just need RJ to be. They can't have him sitting in the corner to shoot three, man. But I think we'll win this game.
Chuck Allen, you see, I feel the same exact way, but I feel like at this point they're not gonna change it up.
I think before A Sharp cuts
someone
it.
else finish, Gas.
Wait.
Oh, my bad.
Yes.
Oh my bad. Because A Sharp's gonna cut it. A Sharp's right there.
No, he's not gonna cut it until.
Oh yeah, it's 3:15. What?
So all I'm gonna say is that I think, well, then RJ has to make a decision. Pump fake, go to the hole. When I get the ball, put it on the floor and make them foul me. Make me do something other than stand in the corner and shoot a three. Because like CT said, they had a whole week to game plan against our strengths. We know that the New York offense flows through Randall. Stop Randall.
I just don't
stop the flow of the offense. Go ahead, Hadouken.
I said I completely agree with you. I felt like this throughout the season. I don't understand how that's the main thing they're gonna attack. Because what did they do in the final minutes when we were in close games? Get the ball out of Randall's hands and let someone else shoot it. You have to try to form a different type of offense.
State brought up a great point. Quickly, I'll say that the third game against Atlanta was the only game that we faced this kind of Atlanta. The other two didn't really matter.
Well, it's like a playoff game with a good football team, like a football team that has a mediocre-ish quarterback at best, but a great running back and a great running game.
Mm-hmm.
What do? Stack the box, take the running back away, and make you do something else to beat them. That's all Atlanta's doing to us right now. They're stopping our running back. Julius is our running back.
And they're making threes.
And they're doing what they're supposed to do. We got to beat them with our passing game. It's metaphor. We got to beat them with our making open shots. We got to beat them other ways to open up Julius, to unlock Julius again. We got to make sure those double teams go away.
Yeah, Chuck, I hope that we try to do that next season, and they'll learn from this experience and how they kind of trapped that Randall thing. I hope they give him more of the on-ball duties, because in the first quarter last game he had four assists, and then they let him have the ball a little more. I feel like he's definitely an underrated playmaker in my opinion.
Who, RJ?
From what we've seen, yeah,
absolutely,
definitely underrated.
Absolutely, that's a fact.
I wanted him to play point guard in his rookie year, just to try it out, point guard / shooting guard, just because we didn't really have much.
I think the atmosphere is going to be different than the previous two games that we had at home. The crowd learned their lesson, so I don't expect MVP when Julius is shooting. I expect silence. I expect them respecting them, so they could be able to achieve and get a game 5 game 5 win. Am I frozen?
Nah, you're good.
So I expect them to actually try to compete. I don't want them to lose 3 games at home, because that's just gonna be a bad ending. Like, that's just gonna be a burning crash type of ending. So defend home, and if we lose in Atlanta, then it was a great season, But if we lose right now, it's like we could have. Some other people are gonna say like, oh, we could have just got a draft if we're gonna go and perform like this in the playoff. So it's like we choked them in the playoff if we lose today.
Let me ask y'all a question before y'all go. Do y'all think Atlanta has more talented basketball players than we do?
Yes.
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 Yep.
So,
they've been had it, especially with them giving so much money to Bogdan and Gallinari. They 100% should.
Yeah.
They're a better overall team.
You don't see what Bogdan doing to Reggie Bullock? That's like, it's a war crime when he's doing it.
Yeah.
Chuck, to your point, I'll just quickly say, I said this at the start of the series. I think our bench was better than their bench, but their starting five was better than ours.
I agree.
And I think that's how we won more games, because our bench was able to come in and do what other teams' benches couldn't. And so when you move Derrick Rose to the starting lineup, who's
Yeah,
that
that's a fact.
guard to get that second unit to run as smoothly? Because I was saying the reason you can't really do anything with the second unit is because you have three guys on the perimeter that can make a play. Quickly can make a play for himself and someone else.
Yeah.
Bullock doesn't. I'm not Bullock. Burks doesn't, because he's a straight up shooting guard, and their mindset is to shoot the ball. Like J.R. Smith. J.R. Smith didn't pass as much. He shot the worst shots ever because that's the shooting guard mentality. But when he puts it on the floor, he can make a play. Derrick Rose breaks down the defense and can make a play. So it's hard to let someone rest or not guard someone because you got three guys on the perimeter that can shoot it. Because Derrick Rose has shot 40% from 3-point this year. Quickly has been a godsend from three. Like when he shoots it, I think it's going in all the time from deep.
Yeah, except when he's having a bad shooting night.
Right. When
Like
he's not set and he's just chucking it, it's like
you know it's off when he does that too.
Yeah,
it gets me a little mad. It's off rhythm.
He's normally I have confidence in him normally.
Yeah, I think it's a little IQ wise, like because since
no
he
pun
takes
intended
those shots in practice, I don't even realize, but it's a little IQ thing because he takes it sometimes like in crucial moments, like he did in the past. I don't remember which one. I think it was game 3. He took a deep 3, and then Tibbs was pissed right away because he bricked it right in transition, like because we don't just shoot off like right in the beginning of the shot clock. We have a slow pace. We take our time. But I'm not blaming him for this. I'm not gonna blame him for how he's playing. I'm fine with how he is right now. He's a rookie.
Quickly good. Quickly gonna be good as he want to be. His ceiling is up to him. If he could get his handle up in between game up, Quickly is gonna be a hell of a player.
Especially if you think, if we think that RJ's a good enough playmaker that someday you could run the offense through him, a point guard like Quickly would be awesome to have next to RJ.
Especially since he's better on the off guard.
Yeah.
That would just work well if we get to try. I hope they do that in the summer. That's actually a really good point. That would work very well.
It's crazy how we're using RJ in a totally different role than what he had.
Than he should have ever been. He should have never been put in that spot up, bro.
No, and RJ real role is on ball, and this is what you getting at. So when you see RJ at Duke and he putting up these crazy numbers, it's because he's on ball.
Duke and Ma Bird, that's how he played.
Facts. RJ gotta get his handle up for me to trust him more with the ball. He just gotta get his handle up. You could see flashes. Like I've seen
that's why I'm excited for the offseason. Drew Hanlon said he's gonna work on dribble and off the dribble shooting. So I'm very excited for what we have next season, especially if we make good moves.
Yeah.
That's
all the assets. We have everything in the bank to make a contender for next season.
Yeah, we have so much like leverage right now. Cause we like I know like we're all like mad, and I'm obviously mad, but we're really doing this with like one of the lowest payrolls in the NBA right now. That's kind of crazy.
Facts.
Yeah, it's no matter what happens, and we still have
this season will always be good no matter what.
What happens? It's a great
no matter what
season to look back on, and we'll all remember this year for the rest of our Knicks fandom lives. And hopefully, it's the start of something better, something greater.
They can't mess it up, bro. They gotta get on this momentum, bro. You can't.
I think they will.
Yeah, I'm confident too.
Because they haven't. They could have traded Obi. They could have traded these young guys. There's a reason they didn't get rid of Obi. There's a reason they have plans for him still. State. They have plans for Quickly, RJ, Obi, all the young guys. They also have plans for some of the veterans, I think, to keep them around. I think they'll keep Burks.
No, they won't.
I think they'll keep Rose.
Rose for sure.
No, I'm saying I think they'll at least try to offer a team-friendly deal to Burks and see what happens. But what I'm saying is they're going to be able to have a good mix of youth and a good mix of veterans for years to come.
That's how it always should be. It should be balanced out. It shouldn't be full with mostly vets. It should be like 60-40. Got 60%. Like your good players, your up and coming young guys, and then you have the 40% vets that are gonna tell them what they're doing wrong,
Bro,
and get them to their spots.
Bro, the Knicks be pissing me off a lot because I look at teams like Memphis Grizzlies, right? These dudes, they in the playoffs.
It's crazy good.
Name me the journeyman vet in the Grizzlies rotation right now.
They don't got one.
You know why they don't got one?
Because they drafted well and they have such a good core.
So we gotta just get to that point, and I think we at that point where I could trust this management to get me players who can help us win now in the draft or through a trade. But don't bring back. I don't want to see too many vets no more. I'm through with that. RJ,
I'm fine with keeping Taj. I want to keep Taj and Rose, and I'll be fine if they keep one of Bullock or Burks. If they keep one, I'm not mad.
But the thing is, they got to be in their correct role. Like Bullock's not a starter in the NBA.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like we gotta find a replacement.
But I mean,
whether
for the
that
Grizzlies,
is by trade.
Jonas Valanciunas is a solid younger veteran for them.
Yeah, but like he's not a journeyman. That's the thing.
No, but
he's a good vet. You're right. He's a very good. He's been basically one of the best on their team. He's been top 3. I'll say number 2 because Ja is number 1. Then he's number 2, and then Dylan Brooks. They got a really good team there, and they've been drafting well and doing everything right. I want to give credit to them. That's just a good coach and well-rounded team overall.
Yeah, I agree. Do y'all think we missing Mike Woodson? Because I think Mike Woodson was the offensive savant almost, like to give Tibbs.
When he left, we ended up going to 118 points a game, and with Johnny Bryant took over the offense. And a 9-game.
All right, that's fair.
No, I'm not saying he's not missed. I'm just saying I think it's a little bit blown out of proportion. Because Mike Woodson was obviously a great coach, and I wish him nothing but the best at Indiana. But I truly believe Johnny Bryant should be our next coach. Like Tibbs, as much as I love Tibbs, like everybody says, he might be our Mark Jackson, but I want the next guy to be Johnny Bryant. That's the coach.
I'll tell you what, though, to Chuck's point, I think Woodson would have helped them in this playoffs.
Me too.
Just being there and keeping, preparing Randall and RJ, and in terms of some adjustments, maybe you would have had some influence. Because I just think we've been as prepared. And look, maybe this long layoff really hurt the team. I think we had momentum, and normally when you stop playing, like we hadn't had a 7-day layoff all season. And I'm not trying to use that as an excuse, but I think, look, game 1, when it came down to that close. Yeah. But look, that's all in the past. I think, we can, to Nick Gass's point, we can really change the narrative of this series still. We come out, we have a great performance in game 5, and then we take it to them in game 6, whether we win that one or we don't. If we can really give it to them over there and really cause some panic.
Extend it as far as you can. Just try your best. That's all I'm asking them, to try their best and not look like they're giving up. That's all that really matters. I want them to win one more game, and if they lose in game 6, it is what it is at that point, but show that you wanted to win that game. You really tried.
Man, well, I just want this team to go out like thugs, man. Don't go out like how y'all did the last 2 games. Like,
that was just bad, especially last game. Bro, last game, like we barely got blown out this whole season, and we got blown out in a playoff game.
Yeah.
Like that was the most embarrassing thing to me.
I'm looking at Randall. He dapping dudes up at the hip check Gallo. and Derrick Rose staring at Randall, bro, you know how you prevent that? You destroy Gallo when he guarding you. Why is Gallo guarding you, Randall? I don't want to see you hip checking dudes. I'm gonna give you an example. Now, remember the 1990? If y'all ever watched the Jordan documentary with the Bad Boy Pistons, right?
Yeah, I
The
watched that.
Chicago Bulls used to complain every play, bro. The Pistons used to the Pistons used to
Nah,
mess
they
with
used to
them.
straight up like bully. Like they would literally beat you down. That's
Facts.
crazy. When I watched that,
Boom.
that was crazy.
So boom. They got beaten down a couple of years straight. So in 1990, the Bulls was like, the hell with it. We ain't gonna let these dudes mess with our mental. So I don't. It looked like last game the team was just unraveling mentally, and then they got to get it together. Randall, you the leader. He got to play better, bro. He got to wake up. It's simple as that, bro. Got to wake up, bro. Very
Yeah, I think we
disappointing
played.
playoffs.
Look, on the floor, we've seen 2 games at the Garden, and we had the great second half in this game too, and we had a overall probably our best game in game 1, and I think we'll do it again in game 5. I think playing on the road, the different beast, different animal, with the hostile crowd and all of that. I think they'll be better for that experience. And I said this before. I said a third crack at the Atlanta game in Game 6 would really go there for business.
See how we actually fight back from that.
If it happens like we want it to, and they just dismantle them in Game 5 or win, regardless, win at all costs. You go back to Atlanta, like we had pretty much all the Atlanta games. We were right there until a certain point.
It all turned
seemed,
around.
Hold on, Adukin. We were literally there, right there, and we could have won Atlanta. So it's not like we're that far off. We could win Game 6 in Atlanta, and then Game 7, the Garden. Anything goes. Anything's possible. Do I believe 100% that we're going to win in 7? No. But would I obviously welcome it? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, here. I think it all starts with the next step, and that's just taking care of home court. That they have to go back to Atlanta. They get a bit nervous. Atlanta haven't closed anyone out. To your point before, closing a team out when they're scrappy and let's say Game 6, is a game where all things click, and RJ and Randall's just hitting net. Then what happens? Let's say it goes down to the wire. Anything can happen. So I think Atlanta's tactic is just to give it all in Game 5 and try to close us out. And if we rise above and we punk them, then their confidence is going to take a huge hit.
Go ahead.
Real quick, I'm gonna throw another point at y'all. Remember the 2016 finals when Cleveland was down 3-1 to Golden State? What did Ty Lue do? He takes all the bigs out of the starting lineup, and I believe he started Kevin Love at center, and he started Richard Jefferson at the 4, I believe so. And Kyrie was playing and J.R. Smith was playing. But what I'm getting at is adjustments, bro. That's all you need. Throw an adjustment to where, Nate McMillan cannot counterattack. Like, just maybe mess everybody head up. Start a game with Randall or Obi at the 4 or 5. See how that works. Just do something different for once, Tibbs. I will be very disappointed if we go in the next game and Tibbs give us the same game plan, bro. I'm gonna be disappointed.
Yeah, and we were real quick. We were talking about the games in ATL. Like in those games, we really lost it. In Game 3, we lost it in the second quarter because we did have Rose start that game, so we lost it in that bench. They really did not score at all, and it was just a spout of non-scoring. And then in Game 4, it was just bad in the third quarter. We
Can I tell you how it happened? To my point before, when you're the home team, they push the tempo off every make or miss. Atlanta just got it in bounds and ran it. And you've got to get back on defense and set your feet and set up. And the Knicks' defense, I have 100% faith in it when it's set up. But what they were doing is our bigs were too slow. And Trae Young, he just grabs the ball and takes off. And they can get any look they want when they beat us up court. So I think we're not going to see too many changes in Game 5 just because we're at home. And I think we're going to win the game the way we were playing earlier. And I think Game 6 is a game where he might surprise them.
Yeah, I hope this isn't a game like every single game we've been coming back down a big lead, and we've been cutting into the leads, and then we were having crucial turnovers that cost us that run and that momentum. So I'm hoping that doesn't happen this game. I hope we're like tied at halftime or we're up. I don't want us being down by more than 5 points, because if we do that, just sets us up for a bad game. I don't like coming back from down for us. That they're getting used to it, and they can't be getting used to that.
And I tell you why I think Game 6 would go down to the wire, because there's something to be said for being the third time in as many days in being that same arena, same crowd. Our guys would be more comfortable by then. And Atlanta having won the last 2 at home, things have a habit of swinging a little bit when, like to Z's point, we kept up with them in the first half in both games. They've got to sort that bench out. Got to sort something out for that. But I think by then Atlanta won't be as hot as well, and they'll be nervous because they know a Game 7 means, Game 6 would be Atlanta's elimination game, effectively. I think if it goes back to the Garden, it's going to be pandemonium. So, that Game 6 would be Atlanta's elimination game. So effectively, we're only 1 game away from getting to that point.
And before I say this is not what I want. Okay, so understand that very clearly. I'm not saying this is going to win the series for us. Do you see Tibbs going back to the starting 5 and throwing Elf out there?
Who?
Elf?
With Elf?
No.
In which game?
No, I'm saying, do you see,
In general,
since we need more bench,
general?
putting Rose back on the bench and starting Alfred, do you see in a scenario where Tibbs would go with that?
No.
No, I don't.
Did you see what?
Again, not
Alfred
saying I
Morris
want that. I was just
did?
trying to.
no, yeah, of course.
Conversation
Just
piece.
just a hypothetical.
Nah, I don't, bro. I will give you a hot take, though. I'm going to give you a hot take right now. Tibbs is changing starting lineup next game. So we're not going to see the same starting lineup on Wednesday. I don't know who he going to start, but Tibbs is going to change the starting lineup on Wednesday. So
Frank?
Frank.
I don't know who.
So it's either Frank or Alfred.
It should be Frank or Obi that he subs
Frank,
in.
Thank you. Boom, boom, boom.
That
could be Obi.
Yeah. Put
You
Rose
think
on the
Obi's
bench
going to
and put
start
in
over
Frank or
Randall?
Obi.
No, Randall.
No.
At the 4-5.
Randall at the 5.
So
he did try it.
If we put in Frank, we put Rose to the bench, and if we put in Obi, Taj goes.
To State's point, when a coach has a change potentially on his mind, and it's a blowout, the game before, he usually has a tendency to throw it out there and see what it looks like just for a couple of minutes, because otherwise, why would it be on his mind?
So Tibbs said he was going to make a change.
He better not allow this.
He said nothing is off limits.
That's just a political runaround.
Nah, I know, but I'm just saying if he does that, I expect one of those 2 to happen.
I think Obi at the Garden, he's going to get more minutes regardless. He's got that energy. He's going to run the floor, get those alley-oops, and the crowd's going to go insane. And we're taking home the dub.
And
I think whether
Obi, IQ, or RJ, one of those 3 will have 20+ points, and we're going to beat the Hawks by 10+ Wednesday.
Do you think Randall is a bounce back game?
I think Randall is going to take it upon himself to become what I think he should become these playoffs. Draymond Green. I forgot what game it was. Remember the game when Randall had 17 assists?
The Orlando Magic game. I've talked about that at length.
He mentioned it
Now,
earlier. Yeah.
all Randall gotta do is play with that mindset. If he come with that mindset, we're gonna blow the Hawks out. We're gonna blow the Hawks out.
State, I've said that multiple times, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna credit you for that because you said that a few times earlier.
I don't
Yeah, no, it's like all we got. But the thing is, he's been peppering the ball. We just got to make our open shots.
Bro, Randall has been ball dominant.
Yes.
And he thinks 10 seconds too slow upon what he's trying to do. Let the ball get out your hands. Stop stopping the play, too. I hate when Randall comes down the court. He plots himself in the pinch post and he calls for the ball. Stop doing that. Run some sets, bro. Run off a screen. Run a pick and roll. Come on. And another thing I hate that I've never seen from Tibbs, he never runs a 4-5 pick and roll.
Yeah, I was about to say he doesn't really play that a lot of different plays. It's usually kind of the similar.
Kind of deadly though, running a 4-5 pick and roll with Obi and Julius.
Yeah, especially since they could all be threats, especially with Obi. If you get those multiple picks, those off ball picks, whatever, and then you got Obi running from the side, that 3-point line, and then you see the centers out, you get that lob.
And another factor is Noel's banged up, so that we don't know what's going to happen with that, and that Obi getting more minutes might become a real thing.
That's what I've been thinking. But I was expecting that to happen last. He did get 19 last game, actually. So that does make sense. He got 19 minutes last game, and he dropped his career high, 13 points.
Bro, you got to play him, bro. You got to
Super
start.
chat.
All right, I got... Yeah, mine take... I looked through...
You got it.
Shout out to Jaden Sammy for the $7... The $7 Canadian dollars. He said there's a reason why Tibbs puts out that Jew and Obi lineup. It's not just because tomorrow I could see us starting Frank and trying Obi and Jew in a game. So he thinks we're gonna do. Okay, so we start Frank and then we have Obi and Jew in the same lineup. But I don't think he means starting wise having Obi and Jew in the same.
Bro, that is the most logical and sensible lineup, bro. You start, but like.
Thank you, super chat.
Start Obi. Put Obi and Randall. Obi, Randall, Bullock, RJ, Frank.
What about possibly also trying Obi for a spot minute or two at 3?
No, that is disgusting. Not
just
right now.
Just a question.
You see, I heard that before.
I don't agree with it. Just
yeah, I don't either. The reason is because those threes will definitely be him. Like he can't stay on pace with him the way he plays defense. He's definitely gotten better on defense, so I'm proud of him. He's been able to play a little bit more defense, but I don't think he'll be able to guard threes as well as we hope. And the thing that's been pissing me off with the second lineup is I've been hoping that they insert RJ into that second lineup so we could get more of a groove and run the offense instead of Bullock and Burks in the same lineup, because that's just like you just want to
stagger the lineups.
Have that lineup. They can't have Bullock and Burks in the same lineup with 2 rookies. That just doesn't make sense to me.
And another thing too, if Bullock and Burks is wetting the bed, throw Knox out there. Like, stop. 34 minutes, 0 points.
That's the adjustment. If we see that Bullock or Burks or both of them aren't doing anything, why not put out Nog? Just like
he loves ball. I agree with that take, but I tell you why it won't happen, because he rides and dies with Bullock, and Bullock won us. Bullock's 4 threes helped us win game 2. So if I'm thinking the way Tom Thibodeau thinks, then I'm thinking I'm backing the player that I like to burst out of their slump on my home court. A lot of players have poor shooting performances on the road.
Yeah, and it's and it gets to the point where that's every coach. It's not just Tibbs.
Yeah, they got certain players they want.
Every single coach in this league rise or dies with who they like and gotten to an extent. It's up to the front office to get rid of these players and add players we need so that Tibbs has no choice other than to play them. If that makes sense.
By the way, I'm sorry, but to interrupt, but Nick Gass with the $5 super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Said, let's get this game 5. Protect home court. Chad, give me some gas.
By gassy means giving him all the attention.
And I think, if he starts Obi, does that weaken the bench even more with Rose there?
Nope. Because now you bringing the vet off the bench, you bringing Taj off the bench. I know Nerlens is hurt, so I just trust the vet coming off the bench more. It's easier for me to pull Obi if he's not playing well. You get what I'm saying? At the start of the game for like a guy like Taj.
Yeah.
So that's just my thought process.
Plus, putting Taj on the bench state, that might help spark the bench a little bit. Like the bench scoring, that might help that out. You get Taj, in the back. He might get a post up or, a quick bucket inside that might spark the bench.
I trust Taj only when he gets the ball right under the basket. That's where I trust him because he's really good in those situations with his footwork. And let me shout out. Wait, real quick. Let me shout out another super chat from Nick Gas. Thank you for the $5. He said, "Let's feed the." Oh no, never mind. He got cut off. I can't even see it.
It said, "Let's feed the machine." What? Z, don't be a hater and donate. Freezy will tell you I've donated plenty. I've had a lot of super chats to this channel, so.
Yeah, and again, it don't matter if you donate. It doesn't show if you support.
No, I've had plenty of super chats.
Actuality, in that way, just an extra side thing. Well, thank you for the super chat. I'll continue. You were
okay. So if we're all saying we're going to win Game 5, then tell me what you guys think is going to happen in a Game 6, or what's likely to happen.
Tim's got to adjust, man. That's it.
What's likely to happen is that we got to take this one game at a time. That's what's got to happen.
Yeah, we're putting ourselves in black holes right now.
Let's play devil's advocate, considering we've all tipped to win in Game 5.
To me, it depends on how we win that game. I'm confident. The way I'm thinking about it is that if we blow them out, since they haven't really been in a playoff position either, and they don't really know how to hold this lead. If we blow them out and we come back Game 6, there's gonna be a lot of pressure on them. They're not gonna know what to do. And then if we beat them there too, which would be insane, and then go to Game 7 in MSG, that would just be like, I feel like all the pressure is on them.
Bro, I just love that for
if this gets
all
to
the haters.
Game 7, we're winning this series.
That's how I feel too. And at the end of the day, like, if we even get past the Game 5, it's extra games for us at this point. We're down 3-1. It's a do or die. All the pressure is on them. Like, as much as it is on us too, we're one game away from losing. They're one game away from winning the series.
Shout out to Yo Elvis Hoops for the $5 super sticker, man.
Oh yeah, I don't be understanding the super stickers. I think it's an option, right?
I'm just trying to help you, Adukin.
Nah, you're good. I don't really care. I just didn't know when they added that feature.
You know what's crazy, fellas? People like Raphael kill me. I just seen his messages. Like this guy, bro. We're trying to win the game. Throw the Kevin Knox bias hate garbage.
Wait, let me say this quick. He's not because I know we've been talking about it on Twitter, but he's not saying Knox in this way just to play him. This is like to actually like situational minutes that could actually help in case Burks and Bullock are I'm not gonna say, but they're like missing every single shot.
Bro, bro.
State, I'm gonna need Heck and I are gonna need you to come on our channel for a watch along one of these times.
I got you, bro. Because
we're going to watch So for people who don't know that aren't in the group chat, CT, I think you might be. My son is getting tested for COVID again tomorrow. He had a negative test today, getting another rapid test tomorrow. But I'm off work the rest of the week because of it. So we're gonna be doing a watch along for Wednesday night's game. I'm gonna need your energy there, State. I want to see what you're like during a game, man.
I got you, yo. I got you. I just, I just hate when people talk like that because, bro, we're trying to win the game, bro. Like, we're down 3-1, bro.
That's the thing,
kitchen sink. You threw the kitchen sink at
you and I might disagree, but you know that I know that you want to win and you know that I want to win more than anything. So if we don't agree on what's going to win the games, I can still have a conversation with you because I know you want to win the games. You feel what I'm saying?
Yep.
So as long as we all keep that energy and realize, guys, we are Knicks fans first. Secondly, is how we want to build the team. So let's remember something, that we all want to win a championship. That's the main goal. And I just want, I really hope one day we're all in New York City for the parade.
Bro, I just want the Knicks. I just need Tibbs to adjust, bro. Like, I really want to win, bro. Like, if he come out and he run out the same rotations, don't do no adjustments, y'all gonna hear my voice all summer. And I'm gonna be calling him the new Mark Jackson, because he don't adjust. I'm calling Mark Jackson was the guy who went to an organization like Golden State. He changed the culture, got them boys winning, and year 3 he was out the door. So I just
But the thing is, you remember, State, people thought he was crazy. People thought it was a crazy idea to start Draymond Green, and that's why Mark Jackson never did it. And then Steve Kerr started Draymond Green.
It's crazy how
let's break down the So you said adjustments, right? Not just lineups, but what in-game adjustment would you want to make?
I need to see mismatches on Trae Young exploited more. For example, if you run a pick and roll with Trae Young, try to get RJ on Trae Young in the post. You know, every play should be attacking Trae Young, and that's why we need a point guard. We need a guard who can identify stuff like that. So if I'm Tibbs, you got the ball, attack Trae Young. I don't give a damn who's he guarding. Call up a set and get that guy moving. You gotta attack him,
or even get him caught in a pick and roll and get him mismatched on Julius, on an OB, on an RJ. Create mismatches, 100%. Man. You don't even have to rely on Reggie Bullock to take him.
I still think that we should try and disrupt the pick and roll right when it's about to begin. So it kind of gets him stuck in a situation.
Here's an idea. Have Alfred Payton pull the Phoenix, put him in, throw Trae Young into the stands like he did at Jay Crowder.
Bro, the amount of times I heard that, bro, it's so funny.
Hector always says that. My guy, Project Nerd, always says that. Time to pull Alfred out. Throw someone in the stands.
I heard a few people just say put Alfred in just to punch Trae Young and get him out of the game.
You want to know what's so crazy? You know why Alfred pushed Crowder into the stands? Because he was getting embarrassed by a 20-year-old rookie named John Morant, who was dogging him all game. So I don't even care what he did during that game. He got
Did you also guys notice that Reggie Bullock pulled a Lance Stevenson and blew on Trae Young's hair?
Yeah,
I saw that.
I saw the video. It was so funny.
Ridiculous.
Bro, that was so
you
funny.
blowing on Trae Young and you had 34 minutes and 0 points. Run it back in there. Hey.
I still can't believe that's so crazy to me that he really got 0 on 34 minutes. This isn't even the first time either.
The NBA gods don't like it when you're not humble. And Knicks fans is getting humbled right now. Julius Randle is getting humbled. We need to be humble. Respect your opponent. Reggie Bullock is not respecting his opponent. So he's getting smoked. What Bogey is doing to Bullock is ridiculous.
All right, y'all. I'm going to head out. So
peace out.
Salute.
Safe. Have a good morning. Have a good rest of your day, all right?
Catch you soon. So yeah, with Trae, right? It's either take away the logo shot, the pick and roll floater, or you trap him, because you can't take away everything.
So what I would do, I would go to Bill Belichick route, right? Bill Belichick, whoever's your best player, we double team him all game, make them other guys beat you. The other guys ain't gonna beat you all game. So I would trap Trae Young every time he comes down the court, make him give up the ball, make DeAndre Hunter put the ball on the floor, make a play.
And we've seen this a few times, if they want to commit, fully commit. Don't partially commit. You gotta fully commit, because if you're not fully committing, you leave the other players playing help for help, and then you get an open shot. That's what we've been doing.
That's the thing. We need the player that can do the trap. You know, the two guys that can do the trap well. Julius can't do the trap very well, and Trae always got that bounce pass out of it.
Yeah.
So I would start. I would keep a backcourt of RJ, go big maybe. RJ Bullock as your 1 and 2, and beat Trey with the length.
I definitely think we need to send more picks to try and get Randall and RJ into mismatches, especially
Yes.
RJ. I think he needs to get into mismatches because the game
Yeah.
one, the main thing that pissed me off that game is that in the last 5 minutes, RJ got the ball once when Trey was on him the whole entire time and he scored. And if we had gave it to him, I think we would have won that game with ease.
You want to
Because
know
it
what's
was
so
too many
crazy?
possessions he didn't get the ball at that point.
You want to know so crazy, fellas? You know who I think the Knicks is missing so bad, and God bless this man for taking on a new job and better something better for his career. We're missing Mike Woodson, bro. Tibbs does not have an offensive coordinator next to him, so his offense is not really creative. So I'm listening to other pods. You know, I'm recording myself. I'm listening to Uncle Freeze. I'm listening to everybody. Tibbs does not run a lot of off-ball actions, and that's what kills the offense. When you got guys like RJ, who's just standing in the corner, Bullock, who's just standing in the corner, it's not good offense. And then you got Randall just isoing. So CT, so let me ask y'all a question. Let me bounce this question back at y'all.
Wait, peace out, Chuck. Chuck Allen said he's about to did peace out, Chuck.
All right, peace out, Chuck. So let me ask y'all. Let me ask y'all, like, what would y'all do to get, like, what kind of off-ball actions would y'all implement to try to, like, get Trey Young and them other guards, like, active at least, like?
So I've seen this. RJ. First of all, before I start, RJ is top 5 distance traveled in the league. He is top 5 distance traveled in the league. He has really good off ball movement. You see him when we're usually at the top of the 3-point line. He sets a pick and then he runs off the opposite way. He does that multiple times. And he runs around the court so many times, and he doesn't get caught. He doesn't get fines a lot of times either. Like I see him do that and get some wide open lanes, doesn't get the pass, or maybe at the 3-point line. He is very underrated in that point. Bullock, I don't see really moving too much. He kind of stands still around the top of the key and the right hedge and the left hedge. So those are the main people that really do most of the off ball. I think RJ is the main guy.
One thing I'd like to see State is double screens. You know, we see a lot of teams try to get their best player a good shot, and why not hit them with a few double screens? You know, whoever Trey's on, which is usually Bullock. You know, have Randall and RJ both set him a screen, and Rose hit him up. You know, because we know Trey's going to die on that screen.
Mm-hmm.
You know, 100% of the time. So and another thing is I want to see Randall down low a bit more in the pinch post.
Get Capella in foul trouble.
Play a little bit of inside out game instead of Randall just handling the ball at the top of the 3.
I agree. I want him to start off inside out, and that's where he gets his groove. I don't want him to hope his jump shots just land in to get started. I need him to post up where he likes to in that little mid range post up
because
area.
his fullback baby jumper has been money all season.
Jumper where he usually gets those foul calls. Like he sells a little of it, but he gets those little foul calls for those light and ones.
And another thing, fellas, bet on this that we're going to get the whistle on this game 5. You see, the NBA does not want this series to finish, you know, in this game. You know, this is money for them with the New York market, and with the crowd there as well. We're going to get that whistle. We just have. If I'm the coach, I'm saying just be aggressive, get the contact, and we'll get the whistle this one, 100%. I'll eat crow if we don't get the whistle in this game.
Our problem has been not going into the basket because the only person has been Rose. We've been talking about. We talked about those off ball and the off ball movement. We need to get RJ more involved in that, and Randall needs to set himself up to get into that little 4 to 8 feet area, because that's where he likes going the most to get more comfortable.
That's what
Yeah.
that was killing me with Randall. Like he was settling too much for too many jumpers. I'm like, yo, dog, if you don't get your
Yeah, he
big
needs to heat
caboose,
up with those little close-up shots so he gets his groove, instead of hoping that he could shoot a few of those tough shots that he
Yup.
usually makes and get a heat over that.
Crazy.
Oh, we got a super chat.
Let me shout. Okay, it's about to load in for me. Shout out to. Well, why can't I see?
Afro DJ.
Oh yeah. Shout out to Afro the Jedi. Make for the $2 super chat. Make Trey work on defense. Get him noodle leg. I 100% agree. We need to work with those picks like we're talking about right now to get mismatches.
Mm.
And the thing for me that I wanted with EP the most when he was starting is to go at Trey Young and force Trey Young to defend someone else so they get a mismatch. Because we all know how EP is really good at getting to the basket, but he can't finish. But when you have someone like Trey Young, you should be able to score on him and then force a switch. And then the person that he switches on, you get another mismatch. And you just create offense from there.
Yeah, I think we're going to be physical with this team, and get them in foul trouble. Because to State's point earlier, Capella has not had to work this series really.
Barely. Those pick and rolls are the main things in those rebounds.
Yeah, and I think Randall, the best things that he's done this series has any time that he's just taken it down low and just put his head down and take it strong. I think he would have had that dunk on Collins if not his elbow made contact with his chin. But that was a bogus call anyway, because I think that was just an inadvertent elbow.
Yeah,
but,
it was more. It was a basketball play. It wasn't a flagrant.
Yeah.
He just got
when things are
his motion.
When things aren't going your way, you just go back to the well. Randall, he added the shot to his game this season, and he was hitting at such a good rate. When it's not falling in this series, just go back to no one can hang with you with his size, his speed. They got no answer for that, but he just didn't come to work. You've got to be your head's got to be in the game, and you have to take those hits. And I know it's been a long season, and he's probably tired, like everyone is. But this is our season on the line. Don't settle for those jumpers. If they sag off, then shoot it. Then he's shot a good percentage when they sag off. But if they push up on you, then get around them, take it down low.
I'll never forget in 2012, 2013. And I'll never forget Game 6 against Indiana. And Carmelo Anthony mindset. Melo took it to the basket every time he got the ball. Every time he got the ball, he went to the basket. He was not settling that game. And that's what I want to see from Randall. Like, don't settle. Attack. Keep attacking. If you don't got it, you missed the first 2 shots, feed them boys. Feed Bullock. Feed RJ. You can't think. Just react. This is what I love about Obi, and why Obi's had been having a great playoff run. He don't think. He just react. Everything Obi does is a reaction, and it never looks like, oh, I don't know what the hell to do. You know what I'm saying? He'll get the ball. All right, he's gonna give up the ball. He'll get the ball. He know he's gonna shoot it before he get the ball. Like, just react. Read and react. That's what they gotta do.
Yeah, exactly. You think he would be more comfortable now with 4 games in. That you can't blame jitters, nerves, crowds anymore. He's had a taste of all of that. Even some slander, some back page news. Now it's just him and the ball. Just do what he's done all season.
Yeah. That
Yeah,
would be a shame
I
for me.
definitely think he should. He should. If I'm him, I know that I deserve slander. If I'm him.
Right. And that would be like a guy like me who was crapping on Randall last season, and then now I gave Randall his flowers this season because he's played his regular season was one of the greatest I've ever seen from a Knicks player. Like one of the greatest turnarounds I've ever seen from a Knicks player. You can't end your season like this, bro.
Exactly.
It's about dignity. Like it's about you being a Knick now. You want me to say yes, let's give Randall $26 million. I can't look at people and really say to them, yo, let's give Randall a max. And he wet the bed in an elimination game. I gotta think about stuff
I've been thinking about how he like after the first 2 games, I was like, okay, he dealt with adversity last season and then he came back doing this. So I was hoping from him seeing all the slander from the first 2 games and from just him knowing the way he played and the way they lost and like they won 1 game but he was still playing bad, that he would come back better. And I hope that even if he doesn't play well next game or he does, after this series he looks back at it and he does those adjustments to the way he played. And just learns throughout the summer and throughout
So
those
we'll
That's
we'll
all
get
I
the
really want from him at this point.
we'll get the chat chiming in and let us know what you think will happen in Game 5 and what Randall's gonna do.
Randall isn't. Yeah, I do think state that I never wanted to give him a super max, but the way the cap is working and the amount of money they're getting now, 26 mil is we're definitely giving him 26 mil. I'm just not. I don't know about over 30. Like that's the thing for me. I'm thinking about like 28. That's where I'm thinking at right now. But that's for them to decide at this point.
For me, it's just for me. I don't know about everybody else, but for me, I like resumes, fellas. I love resumes, and what I mean by that is when a guy does it 3 years plus, right? Like everybody's talking about. I see Raphael. He's in the chat. He like, oh, 26 million is easy for Randall, brother. You cannot pay a guy that type of money.
We have 4 hours, man. So I got to wrap up right now. Hey, sorry about that. I didn't mean to.
Oh, now you good?
Yeah,
I'm at work doing an
video was a long thing to watch on replay.
You good?
Yeah. Yeah.
Peace out
So
to the chat.
hey, thank you everybody for coming through. We're gonna wrap right here.